Go ahead and just get us started right away to take away any additional waiting. Hopefully everyone can enjoy the lunch. We got some great food. We have a few people that are trickling in, but to keep this moving along, we'll get started. Thanks for the feedback from the various breakout sessions. We had some folks that were taking some notes, paying attention. At the end of the day, we're going to do a little bit of a readout of some of what we heard, so stay tuned for that. But right now, as I mentioned this morning, we're going to hear a little bit of a different perspective in a conversational format. Mike Cannon is going to lead a fireside chat. As John said, we didn't. It's not quite Christmas. We couldn't put the whole set up here with the fire and everything else. But we'll use our imaginations for those here in the room and those that are streaming online. For those that don't know, we're streaming this event right now online as well. And there's actually quite a nice audience that's watching online. So thank you for those that are watching from home. Quick announcement I want to make. I told the story this morning a little bit about how this region is really already leading in kind of regional collaboration, getting national awards, national recognition, and international participation in some cases. One of the things that's pretty cool, if you haven't noticed, one of the very first tables as you come in is advertising an event called Smart City Connect. Tech Connect is the parent organization that runs this conference. It's a national smart city conference. It's really the premier smart city conference in the United States. And based on a lot of the things that we talked about this morning and the energy and the momentum, that event is coming to Raleigh this spring. So if you want to learn more about that event, go ahead and sign up. Talk to Rich. Is Rich in the room somewhere? Yeah, right here. Find this gentleman. He'll get you set up if you are interested in participating. I think they're taking some pre-registrations. They're certainly interested in sponsors and other folks from the corporate and business community that want to participate. So it really is another one of those things that is demonstrating, really truly how strong this region is, how well it's working together, and we want to maintain that leadership position. That said, as I said this morning, at the biggest of the big region, we think kind of at a national and federal level. And so I'm going to ask Mike from NNF to come up and introduce his guests from Cisco and from Department of Homeland Security.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for turning out today. Really great turnout. Want a huge shout out to John Holden for pulling all this off in a short time here. I previously worked with John and as the CTO at Stafford County, Virginia, and we were the co-founders of the Virginia Smart Community Test Bed, and we have actually 3 of our 4 founders here today. David Erie, too, if you saw him at one of the A sessions, if you can stand up for a sec, just want to give you a shout out, too. Anyway, we did a lot of interesting, innovative technologies there. I've since left Stafford County, and now I'm working for NFF. We are a network integrator founded in 1996. We are a Cisco Gold partner, 3rd largest in the Mid-Atlantic. And we have built a cyber practice, and now I'm building a smart technologies practice for them. So stop by our booth. We have a booth out there. And Chris Peabody is our chief development officer and does all of our strategy development and business development. And we are co-sponsoring with Cisco, so I want to give a huge shout out to Cisco, Betsy, Josh, and Liz. So thank you and stop by and see them. They're at the front table there. And also wanted to introduce our distinguished guests. So first, want to just mention too that you saw Alex Clark on the agenda. He had a family emergency, so we have a pinch hitter here. Kyle Connor is our pinch hitter. He is also formerly with Cisco, spent 15 years at Cisco, and I'll read his bio real quick, and then I'll have each of them introduce themselves. And then Dan Cotter was a key contributor to our test bed and is extraordinary individual with all he's done at Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Division. There he is the dictorate for that division of Department of Homeland Security. His prior positions included science and technology in the Homeland Security area, enterprise, and first responders group. He also has some private sector experience too, working with LIDAR, a company that made LIDAR and flood zone determination firm, and also was a fellow at the American Association of Advancement of Science in 2005. And has the Presidential Rank Award and was one of the nation's highest awards for career members of the Senior Executive Service. And then Kyle, like I mentioned, has been with Cisco. He has over 25 years of IoT experience. He has mostly in the transportation area, so we're going to be talking a lot about transportation today. And, you know, if any of you experiencing traffic today, yeah, we could certainly use some improvements here. There are obviously worse places in the country, but with the growth here, yeah, transportation's critical, and there was that big announcement yesterday for the region, and so good stuff there. And Kyle has recently formed a EV charging company. So if you're in the market for EV stuff, another great resource. So, and Kyle has an EE degree from Texas Tech. So we're going to focus a lot on the federal role that the federal government can play in building smart regions, smart communities. And so I'm going to start with Dan and ask him, well, first of all, to introduce yourself, and then I'll ask Kyle to introduce himself, and then we'll jump into some questions.
Hi, I'm Dan.
Go ahead and take your microphone. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dan. Yeah, I started my life as a hydrologist, actually. Spent a long time working for FEMA, the National Flood Insurance Program, a lot of disaster operations. I went to the private sector for a bit after 9/11, kind of found my way back into the federal government. Was the chief technology officer for DHS for a bit, and came over to science technology in 2012, where I've had the chance to work with a lot of the folks, you know, in this room in the Virginia test bed over the last several years. So it's been a great experience.
Thank you. And Kyle?
Yeah, thank you all for allowing me to step in and fulfill the shoes for Alex Clark. He and I have worked for a long time together, but he did have a family emergency. So I just recently left Cisco. They actually asked me to have this speaking slot before I left, but I decided to do my own startup in EV charging. So prior to that, at Cisco, I was responsible for, as was mentioned, IoT transportation globally. So very excited to be here. The team I was on at Cisco was responsible, as our keynote mentioned earlier, around validated designs, and it was all around connected communities. We actually released our connected communities validated design, I think it was like 2017 initially, and it was all around connected roadways, intersections, how the bus rapid transit could come together and the city could be better, and then we looked at citywide Wi-Fi, cameras, and water management systems. So really excited to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. And we're thrilled to have you here, too. So the first question I'm going to pose to Dan, it's really two parts. You know, please tell us about your background and what exactly you're doing at DHS, and then why does DHS care about smart cities and smart communities?
Yeah, thank you. So DHS Science Technology is a really interesting place to work. We're kind of the research arm for the department, and one of the things I really like about it is just the variety of missions that you get involved in. You know, for those of you who might watch the Deadliest Catch and, you know, high Arctic search and rescue that the U.S. Coast Guard does. You know, there's a lot of issues there with situational awareness, high Arctic communication, a whole lot of interesting issues there. United States Secret Service, we do a lot with them, protective missions, you know, detection, those types of activities. Our Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency, you know, something that I think has been touched on a lot today. You know, what do we need to do as a nation for cyber resiliency? What are we trying to do at the federal level? Of course, I mentioned the Federal Emergency Management Agency, a tremendous amount going on there. We also have our Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. You know, they're very interested in moving new training techniques, AR, VR, other types of environments. United States Citizen Immigration Service, the potential uses of AI in particular to help with validation of paperwork, naturalization processes is tremendous. and I'm sure everybody's encountered the Transportation Security Agency. Is there a future where you just kind of walk to the gate and everything's invisible to you? Why are you laughing at me? We're on the stage. You're supposed to be an ally. And our Counters Weapons of Mass Destruction Organization, nuclear detection, biothreats, those type, the really scary stuff. So it's a really interesting, place to work and an opportunity to work with a lot of different technologies and try to support a lot of really important missions. So you asked, why is smart cities, smart communities important to us? So I think from our view, the health and resilience of our nation is really dependent on what happens at the local level. This country runs at the local level. It doesn't run at the federal level. States are great, but really, it's happening at the local level. Smart communities, as you implement IoT, systems of systems, things enabled by 5G and coming 6G. Been a lot of talk in these types of senses here, data analytics, what's the future AI. I mean, these are all things that can make our local communities more efficient. They can make them more safer, economically more viable, just driving the engines of, our democracy. From a DHS standpoint, from an emergency management standpoint, the ability to share information better, have better situational awareness with you, I think really has driven things leaps and bounds when the federal government does get involved. Our ability to work at the local level, understand the requirements, and effectively integrate after a major hurricane or flood disaster. I'm not saying things are perfect, but they're a whole lot better than they were back in the 80s and 90s. I mean, the ability to share information and have situational awareness of what's needed with local communities is tremendous. But at the same time, as we discussed today, these technologies that we're adopting that are really enabling our society in so many different ways, they're also creating all kinds of different threats and vulnerabilities, creating new attack surfaces. They're creating new ways for adversaries really to impact us. So again, we have a very strong interest in working with you, not only in the beneficial aspects of emerging technologies, but trying to understand with you, what are the adversarial aspects of it, and how can we work to mitigate, those with you? How can the federal government provide leadership, grant funding, and other types of work, to bring the community together? David Erie mentioned the quote from the FEMA director, for those of you in the A session earlier. I'd like to requote that again. So this is her speech to the National Emergency Management Association back in October, and I've been listening to FEMA directors speak for over 40 years. And typically what they talk about is emergency management, natural disasters, how we're going to improve response, what we learned last hurricane season. And she took a hard turn. What she said, what keeps me up at night is the looming danger presented by nation-state threats to our homeland. And you could have heard a pin drop in the room. We're all like, well, that's news. Very different approach for FEMA. She talked about the how Homeland Security and National Security are really coming together. She talked about both cyber and physical attacks on our critical infrastructure. And she talked a lot about the disinformation campaigns being carried out by nation-state actors to undermine many of you in the room, the local government authorities, critical infrastructure operators, things like that, and our need to pull together to work in these types of things. So we have a very, very strong interest in understanding the technologies that are being adopted at the local community level, both from the side of how does that enable us to work better with you to support you in times of need, but also what does the threat surface start to look like for this nation as this evolves, and what at the federal level should we be doing about it?
Thank you. One thing I forgot to mention, I just want to, if you can think about questions you may have, we're going to have a period of time where you can ask questions. We have 2 microphones there, so just save up your questions and we'll give you plenty of time to ask them. So we definitely want to make this as interactive as possible. And then next question I've got is some of the technologies you developed through DHS, like the flood sensors and wildfire smoke sensors, how are they improving public safety and benefiting the communities? And how did you take them from a lab to the real world with deploying them in local governments?
Sure, thank you. So, we have a lot of interest in sensor technology. What are the new and novel types of sensors that connected at the edge? they can give us early information, detect what's going on. I think all of you realize that, one of the biggest threats from natural hazards that we face in the country is flood. Traditionally, flood sensors have been full hydrometeorological station from the Corps of Engineers, Weather Service. You're talking tens of thousands of dollars. So we took a look, can we get more types of sensors out there, developing a low-cost flood sensor, something available at the fraction of the cost, probably allow people to densify their networks, a better understanding of floods. So that's something that we ran, that we worked this through the Smart Cities test bed with the state of Virginia through a partnership we have with the Virginia Innovative Partnership Corporation. And, we started out with 3 or 4 different providers. We down selected to one over a couple of years. It's now a commercialized product. There are hundreds of these things out there. Just some of the examples, Kentucky Dam Safety is using them around the high-risk dams to get them early detection of when something might start to fail. Some of you may have heard about flash floods in Ellicott City, Maryland, a place where we lost some lives. So deployed in that community, other places around the country. And kind of leading into the wildland fire sensor in California, in places where you've had wildfire burns, there's no longer the vegetation there to drain water. So you end up with a much more serious flash flood and mudslide situations. So deploying in those types of places. And the idea is that these things connect, typically if they're remote, they're solar powered, they connect by radio, cellular, or some other means, depending on how far away they are. And the idea is to get that early warning to somebody who can do something about it. It may be as simple as closing a low water gate or turning a light on at a low water crossing so people don't drive their vehicles into it and drown, to running the sirens and trying to revive an evacuation alert. The wildfire sensors are a much more complicated type of game. They're actually looking for the first chemical and particulate signature of wildfire ignition. The idea, if you can get early suppression, we can avoid some of these huge conflagrations that we're seeing. Certainly the Maui disaster, Paradise, increasingly we're seeing on the East Coast. Wildfires are driven by climate change. We're seeing more and more of them. So right now we're kind of in the beta stage of those sensors. We have them in tests with a number of communities. We've had some success with the community in Colorado had done a preemptive burn, and when they put it out, left the site, they left the sensor behind, and it showed the burn re-erupted a few hours later. They were able to get out there and put it out before something more serious happened. But the issue of wildfires is really becoming tremendous in this country. If we can combine early detection with better alerts and warnings, we can save a lot of lives, prevent a lot of property damage. If you ask kind of the how piece, so I describe these things as public-private partnerships, but kind of with 3 legs and a supporting element. So one leg is an organization like mine where we're researchers, but we don't own the mission. We don't necessarily understand the use case. So we need a community, a partner who's willing to step and say, yeah, we'll be your experiment partner. We'll take these sensors, we'll install them, we'll operate them, we'll give you feedback on them. And then we need the research community. We need the innovator who's going to bring that technology together and work with us over a period of a couple of years as we go from prototype to alpha to beta to field test commercialization. In many instances, though, we also need the investor. A lot of what we do at the HS Science Technology, but also I think at universities, other research organizations, it can very easily end up on the shelf if we don't find companies who are great innovators, but also are able to team them with people who have the capital to allow them to get beyond sort of the prototype phase. We'll develop a prototype. We may do some low rate production, but we don't fund that full commercialization aspect. And that's one of the things when we talk about the Stafford County test bed, and we've heard from David earlier, a little bit earlier, that we look for partners who can try to bring us end users with use cases and technologists, but also something that's going to help us with that commercialization piece.
Yeah, if I could just add too, while I was working at Stafford, we were able to deploy 15 of these flood sensors throughout the county, and then DHS added more throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. I think we have about 110 of them. And each county's now doing their own innovative thing and sharing what they're doing. So we used it for doing alerting through email so that emergency management would be alerted when a flood condition occurred. And you'll see a little still picture. You'll see you can set different thresholds for flooding so that you'll be alerted depending on how badly the road is flooded, so you can close it down. We were working on tying it in with Waze. But other communities are doing it too, and it's all going through a single dashboard for Virginia Department of Emergency Management. So they're helping to coordinate what all the counties are doing and cities across the Commonwealth. And it's been, I think, a great success story. The other thing is what DHS did was take something that was costing around $40,000, I believe, for flood sensing. Really old technology that that National Weather Service was using, and building something for about $5,000 a device, and can run off of solar, so you don't have to have power, and it also runs off of 4G LTE. So as long as you've got a signal, you can get the data, and it's not a large amount of data that's being transmitted, so works really well. So next question, I've got to give Kyle some time here. So Kyle, if you can kind of share with us what you've done with public-private partnerships and how you see that being critical in the transportation space.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to go back to your comment about being able to get on an airplane without a lot of. I think it's amazing that there are still paper printers running off an entire manifest, but the TSB and the NTSB requires it. The TSA and the NTSB require it. You have to have a paper manifest, and we're trying to get to digital access, and it really does slow things down. But that's the type of thing we're trying to get into and make more modern and make more efficient, and yet still keep it secure. I got into transportation because I looked at technology and transportation specifically. When technology goes wrong in transportation, at a bare minimum, we impact people's livelihood, and then oftentimes we lose life. So you had to look at things and say, how can we impact this better, but always keep safety at the forefront? The experimental stuff is good, and I think we need to do proof of concepts and experiment. And I love the fact that someone like DHS is out there doing that, and then we can leverage that knowledge. But when we deploy at scale throughout a city, these citizens are expecting us to do it in a safe manner and allow them to get to work and home reliably without risk of life, if at all possible. So, and transportation is one of the areas that we lose a lot of it. We lose 1 million people on the roads every year. We lose a lot of people that we don't always talk about in transportation. And so trying to find ways to prevent wrong way drivers, or at least notify people if there's a wrong way driver, trying to find ways to automatically control trains so that they don't derail in speed zones, right? These are the types of things that we really had to try to look at, and then not come up with an experiment, come up with something foundational. So I worked with Cisco for years. A lot of it was you need a reliable, secure network, right? So you're going to put this out there. It can't fail. It has to be reliable. And then we've talked about this throughout the entire morning. When you're collecting this much data, it has to be secured. It has to be protected from other people, and yet shared with the right people. So I looked at transportation a long time ago as one of the cutting areas that a smart city or a smart community would need to improve. When Cisco first got into smart cities, everyone was talking about everything from trash cans to lights to this, that, or the other thing. And I think at the end of the day, we finally honed in and said, let's use the natural network that's in place. The roadways, the trains, they're there. They're already putting intersections together. They're trying to connect them. That's a fiber optic path. Let's use that. Let's do something more with it. And then once you have a foundational use case, like connected intersections, you can do all the fun wingding stuff, right? You can come back and have the overlay interesting projects. But you have to have something that's foundational that a city can maintain and pay for long term, and it has a real business outcome. I don't mean to repeat this morning's keynote, but he had some really great points throughout it, which was you have to have your business outcome in mind first. If you don't, you're coming up with great experiments. And like I said, I love experiments. I'm a technologist. I think they're great. And I think we've come up with some amazing things like LiDAR out of experiments. But at the end of the day, we really do rely on taxpayers' money to figure out good, safe solutions. So that's kind of where I got into this, and that's how I focused in this space.
So tell us a little bit more about some of the transportation projects.
Absolutely. Up in
worked on with Cisco and are working on.
Sure. Up in Ohio, Central Ohio Transportation Authority, working with their busing system. And they were looking to get new vehicle data. They want to be able to maintain their fleet better. So vehicle data is a real thing. It has a real cost associated with them in the city. And they wanted to be able to do put cameras on the vehicles in case of an emergency event. But every city we know of always wants to offer free Wi-Fi. Well, free Wi-Fi is a very hard ROI, right? It's free. It's a cost. But when you say, I'm going to put in a camera, which has real security implications, right, safety implications, and then you say, I want to put in vehicle data, which has fuel cost and tire maintenance implications, those are a baseline foundation, and you're able to go forward and say, now I want free Wi-Fi. So in CODA, citizens now get on the bus rapid transit. They have a faster route down the intersection because the bus is actually talking to the intersection saying, I'm coming, please let me through quicker. The bus actually has more safety on board. The people feel safer. The one way to get us out of our own cars every day is you got to make public transit more attractive, right? Not just for those who have to use it, but for those who want to use it. So safety is a big factor. And then vehicle data, like I said. So we were able to take a project like that and combine two foundational functions and then add in the wingdings over and above. In Miami, there's a couple of companies that are coming together. You mentioned public-private partnerships. In Miami, there's a couple of companies coming together, and they're creating new bus corridors, 6 or 7 new bus corridors all coming together. And it's all being done with privatized money. They're changing how the face of Miami is going to work, and they're doing it in an accelerated project because they're not held back by the bureaucracy of a traditional transportation entity. So, and they're coupling up with smart lighting in the same breath, right? So you have a couple of different companies, forgive me, I'll probably get them wrong down there, but they have a couple of different companies that are getting together, and they're saying, we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're going to change how transportation works so that the community can attract better investments, better technology, better citizens at the end of the day. And it really is making a big impact. So those are probably two of the big ones. I mean, there's a lot of them out there. I'm working around the world in different projects at airports and so forth, but those are two that are very notable because they created a project based with an outcome and a real business need that was sustainable, year over year over year. A lot of us can find a grant to do something, but not to keep the something going, right? So you got to say, okay, well, I got to keep my intersections connected no matter what. Now let's add on Wi-Fi for the citizens because it comes with it, right? So.
And with that Ohio project, it also helped with digital inclusion too, didn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Right? I mean, that's a big part of it, getting broadband access to people that are on a bus. That's an extra 20 or 30 minutes each way that they are able to search for a job. That's an extra opportunity for them to communicate with their kids or do their homework, whatever the case is. It absolutely changes that digital divide.
Yeah, great. And then from what you see in the Research Triangle area, what do you see are as opportunities? Obviously, there was a big announcement yesterday, but what do you see are some of the biggest opportunities?
I'm biased. I live here. I think this city's great. I don't think it needs a lot of improvement. But in all fairness, no, I would like to see light rail, to be fair. I think light rail would be a big improvement. It takes 30 minutes on a commuter rail to get from Cary to here, and it takes about 8 minutes in a car. So again, it doesn't make that attractive for a lot of people to want to go over there and get on a train and come over here. A light rail type solution would be huge in this area. Unfortunately, as I was speaking with somebody earlier, a lot of our roads are built on farm roads, if you will, so they're not exactly straight and narrow, and they have unique jurisdiction lines they follow, so it's difficult. But I think things like a light rail or a community-wide interoperable transit system, I think those are big things that change that digital divide, the equity. They bring people together and they allow their livelihood to be improved. Absolutely. I don't have a specific, like, hey, this one intersection needs better timing of lights. I mean, I have one near my house I would like to have better timing, but I don't think that's a citywide
I'm sure we all have our favorite intersection. Or
it's not a citywide problem. It's just a me to work
no potholes
problem.
No. So obviously cybersecurity plays a critical role with all of this, and Dan, I thank you for bringing that up earlier. CISA has identified that protecting critical infrastructure is a national priority, and as Dan said, the FEMA director mentioned that as well, Secretary. So what should be done to protect transportation systems, in your opinion? I'll let you both answer that one.
You want to go first? I'll take the first tab. There we go. I will go back to a foundational enterprise-grade system. All too often, as Cisco, we would go out and we would talk to customers, and if many of you don't know, there's a number 2 key you can buy on eBay for about $6, and it gets you into a lot of roadside cabinets. And roadside cabinets are where you can basically stop a city if you turn all the lights the wrong color at the wrong time, right? So we looked at it and said, you've got to have a layer of connectivity. And we'd open these cabinets up and you'd find devices that you would literally buy from Best Buy connecting these intersections. And there is no cybersecurity layer on them. So I think first and foremost, get an enterprise-grade network. And I don't work at Cisco anymore, so that's not me saying buy from me. That's me saying I believe truly that if you can see all of the assets on your network, you can manage them and secure them. If you don't know where your assets are because somebody just plugged something in to make that thing work, you just added a huge level of penetration of your security system right there, which goes back to reliability, which goes back to safety. So I would say start with a highly reliable network that is securable based on enterprise-grade stuff. There's a lot of companies out there that do it. I think Cisco does a great job of it, by the way, of course. But I think you definitely want to start there. Don't try to mom and pop this. The other one I would say is make sure your IT departments are tied in. If you're a transportation operator, make sure your IT department, there's the OT and IT, right? The people who run the vehicles and run the roads, and then there's the people that run the technology that help support it. A lot of times you find a conflict, right? The IT-OT convergence isn't there. The cities are fighting themselves to some extent. It's my money, or it's my technology, my ownership. You really got to break that down. And this conference is all about sharing of technology. Even within a city, we'd like to do it amongst city to city, or city to state, or state to state. But even within a city, the silos exist. So trying to break that down, I think, is a big starting point.
Thank you. You used one of my favorite words, reliability. Too often when we look at these types of complex systems, we look at individual components and we test for availability. We look at mean time between failures, but we're really not looking at that whole system and saying, is it going to do what you want to do? I mean, for the Coast Guard, there's a big difference. You're saying, is my cutter available on the dock versus does it have the reliability to go out and complete a 3-week mission with having to board earlier? I think that's just a really important point. From where we stand in the kind of the science technology, we're looking a little bit, not too far into the future. The cyber vulnerabilities in self-driving cars, and the automated systems that control things, but also thinking multimodal, not just about our vehicle infrastructure, but our trains, our airborne infrastructure, our shipping infrastructure. How do we operate our ports? I just got back from the conference out in Long Beach. How do we operate these ports and what are their vulnerabilities? So I think it's a very big space. CISA and TSA are very much, kind of looking into these things. But the technology is just advancing incredibly fast, and to gain the efficiencies, they're being adopted. And I think we've got a challenge as a nation, as we heard earlier, to kind of keep up with the adoption of technology with security built in.
It can't be an afterthought. It has to be part of day one foundation, right? A lot of people try to come back and say, well, we'll get something working and then we'll add security. And all too often that gets lost or doesn't get implemented correctly. So again, to the point, if you can break down the conversation between IT and OT, the IT person's going to make sure there's security. So if you break down that conversation, you have a trusted person in your organization who will probably make sure it's done right. But I think that's a big part of it first, is breaking down the politics, then you can break down the technology itself.
So this is a little bit off script, but Dan, one of the really cool technologies I know DHS has worked on is border security with scanning the undercarriages of vehicles. Do you want to describe that a little bit? I think that was really fascinating what you're
Sure. So traditionally, you may have driven across some. You put some type of scanner, a video photography device, and the vehicle drives across it. It takes a picture. It gets transmitted to a station. A guy looks at it for a couple of seconds. A lot of these times, whether it's a vehicle inspection, something else, the Border Patrol agent, the Customs agent, they get seconds to make a decision, right? And how much help can we give them that time? Anyway, so they get an image, and what do I do with it, right? Something obvious, you make a move on, and maybe the car can move at 5 miles an hour going across it. So one of the things that we worked on is something called the Vehicle Inspection Early Warning System, VIEW. And the idea was, I didn't bring one with me, but, essentially smartphone type of camera technology. very cheap, very reliable, get as much better, higher definition looks. It's essentially something to build kind of a 3D of the undercarriage in real time. It speeds up to 25 miles an hour, be able to get that to a station, and with anomaly detection. Can you there's the built drawings out there and understanding from the automotive manufacturers to rapid comparison, look for something different. If the same vehicle is going back and forth across the border, some frequency, maintain that library and look for differentiations. So that's, again, a technology that we've completed, it's tested. It's installed at a few border crossings with Customs and Border Protection, and actually at the DHS headquarters campus, there's one. So it's a type of technology that, it's not so much knowledge, it's just an integration of what's available today, but trying to think about things in a different way and apply it to a hard mission.
I think you made a good point. It's not always just about the technology, but also about the integration. You have to have a broad partner ecosystem. You can't do it by yourself. There's not one company, there's not one entity that has all the knowledge, has all the sensors, has all the software. Great people. I walk through a lot of these booths outside. It really takes almost all of them to come up with a smart and connected community. It's not just, oh, this guy's widget and that guy's thing and this person's dashboard. It takes the whole system. So I really encourage you to have more events like this, where you can get those like-minded people together and try to figure out how you can come up with a solution, not a point fix. That would be my only other part of that, is the ecosystem, like you said, you got to integrate it all together.
And another off-script question. So, Kyle, and it'll be for both of you too. Autonomous vehicles, we hear all about them. When are they going to become just ubiquitous in our community, and can we walk across the street safely? Can we avoid collisions with them?
So in some countries they already are, right? In some countries you already have autonomous corridors that allow fully autonomous operated vehicles driving right next to manned vehicles. I've been doing an experiment for the last 3 years with Cisco on the Indy Autonomous Challenge, where we actually take Indy cars and we go 200 miles an hour and we race each other actively. If you get a chance, it's streamable on AWS. You can go Google IndyCar Challenge. It's really, really cool. But universities from around the world are writing the software that drive these vehicles. And once the vehicles are off, they're off, and they're racing on their own. And we do wreck vehicles. That's the first question everyone asks is, do they ever wreck? They do wreck. But what we realized was, and the reason for it, one of the main impetuses of this particular competition was to familiarize people with autonomous vehicles. We all see the bread boxes that go 20 miles an hour, and we're like, okay, my father wouldn't get in one. He's like, I won't get in that. And then I showed him really cool race cars going 200 miles an hour. And he's like, this is the coolest thing ever. And it was adoption. You had to get somebody to break the mindset that it's cool and interesting. Tesla did it with electric vehicles, right? You got to get people to change from it's not cool to it's very cool. And then we turn around and say, if I can race two cars 200 miles an hour. Literally we're going 200 miles an hour and they're not hitting each other. Getting you to and from the grocery store is going to be much more realistic in your neighborhood, right? So we're trying to debunk the fear factor of it, but to when is it going to occur? I don't have a crystal ball that good. I wish I did. I wish it was tomorrow, because I hate driving, so.
Yeah, it's funny. I talked to some of the researchers I talked to. They're like, oh, this is great. I'm not going to have to buy my kid a car. I'm never going to have to teach them how to drive, because it's all going to be autonomous vehicles by 2030, 2035. And I'm thinking, I'm probably still going to be driving by then. That may scare a lot of you, right? And what's going to mean when you get a 90-year-old guy like me on the road with these systems? What does that blending look like? What does that transition look like? And the fear factor, I think we see this in so many areas. So we lose 30, 40,000 people a year to traffic accidents, right?
In the United States.
But what you hear about on the front page is the one where the Tulsa did something wrong or something, and that type of anecdotal fear really just, I think, drives public policy more than it should, and not just in this space. I mean, in a lot of other science spaces, you see that where anecdotal information, tends to get to the forefront, way above systematic and and other types of information that we need to make policy decisions. So the short story is, I don't know.
I would tell you, when we looked around and we said, where's the adoption problem? It's basically people just a little older than me through the baby boomers, right? So the older you get, the quicker you are to adopt it. The older you get, the quicker you are to adopt it. That's what we found, is because people lose their mobility. They can't see as well at night. They still want to be able to go, right? So
I'm still processing whether I'm insulted or not.
it's okay. It's okay. You're not.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make it clear. I'm not insulting you personally, just your people. No. Just generally. No. But once you get to a certain age, you adopt it, and then at a certain age, under like basically just younger than me, you're like, I grew up with an iPad in my hand, so the adoption is there, and Teslas have been around. So I think there's a very small window of people that are not adopting it, and it could accelerate very quickly as we get those baby boomers turning into more of the older clientele. They really want that mobility, right? It's the same freedom we all got when we were 16 and we could go see our friend. They still want that mobility when it's all said and done. So I think the adoption could come fast as that huge population of baby boomers gets just a little bit older.
And maybe the autonomous golf cart for the retired community.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to practice my stink eye since my last daughter moved out of the house. So
I'll give you several.
Thank you for that.
All right. I'd love to open this up to the audience. So we have 2 microphones in the middle. So please step up. Don't be shy. I'm sure you must have some questions. All right.
And
first taker.
Are you good?
I'm good. Are you good?
We're good now.
Thank you guys for being here. I'm curious to get back to existing infrastructure lines. Like, are there other legacy infrastructure in cities that you're noticing that we might be able to enhance? That, I don't know, doesn't necessarily mean implementing new technology, just repurposing.
You want to take a stab?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Existing infrastructure, repurposing it? Are you talking about IT infrastructure or what?
Yeah, Dan, you were talking about the View device that you know, is using camera technology.
Yeah. So if you've talked about repurposing existing technology, right now my favorite is, we've moved to digital TV signals, right? The packet that's going out, the broadcast doesn't need that full amount. I'm going to say it's 16 megabytes, and maybe they use 12. So we're working on data casting right now. And it's actually pretty well implemented where, allowing public safety to use the rest of that so they can carry video, other things on to manage a local incident. That frees up, cellular LTE, FirstNet for other types of communication. We're also working with the Corporation Public Broadcasting to carry essentially iPause alerts on that signal. So if you can get the alerts out on a TV signal, much broader coverage than the cellular signal. And you saw in Maui, for example, we don't have the full after action report. We really don't know everything that happened. But one of the critiques seemed to be that maybe the cell towers went down early, never got their signal. If you're on TV broadcast, that makes an incredible difference. Okay, now how many have a TV connected to an antenna anymore? Good for you. I like you. You insulted him too earlier.
I did.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it again.
Yeah. So how do you get over that? And there are devices you can buy that are similar to a National Weather Service radio. But we're also experimenting with, can we carry the 3GPP signal on that TV broadcast signal? If we can do that, we can get it to your 5G phone. These are technologies that exist at least in the lab today. So that's the type of thing where if we can reuse, this ubiquitous TV digital signal, maybe we can change how alerts and warnings work in this country, and that could save a lot of lives.
Yeah, I would only add to that, along the same lines, we have thousands of traffic cameras around the United States. Adding video analytics to them is
giving you tickets.
Adding video analytics to give you a ticket is not horribly hard, so you can use existing infrastructure. The kicker is there is a lot of bandwidth that's required to backhaul all of that, to get it to the cloud, to do the analytics. So you really do want an edge compute function, as we were talking about earlier in the keynote, right? So as people upgrade, you can go to an edge compute, but take all the existing assets that are out there and at least start doing some analytics with the video you do have available without having to refresh the entire nation's camera system. So it's a little bit of a hybrid there.
Council member.
Yeah, just to share some insight and a question. So a few weeks ago, I had the honor of interviewing John Chambers, former CEO and chairman of Cisco, for about 30 minutes, just catching up. I wrote an article on TechWire, so you can go find it. But, you know, he had the main things about AI, right? I mean, out of the 16 companies that he's invested in, the 3 AI companies he's invested in are all billion-dollar companies today. So he's advising all of his portfolio companies to have an AI strategy. And when I asked John, what does that mean? He said, well, find your primetime applications, you know, figure out how it fits into your business model. And then, you know, it's a tremendous opportunity for startups. So that's really my question is, following on what John has said, you know, where do you see AI fitting into smart city strategies? And, you know, what kinds of opportunities do you see on the horizon, even within our own ecosystem in North Carolina? Especially starting with Cisco, because I know you work for Cisco.
I appreciate it. It's a good question. As you heard in the keynote earlier this morning, you did a great job keying up all of my major points, so thank you. You know, AI has been around for a long time. It's not new. It's just generative and it's cool and it's fun again, right? So I think there have been companies out there doing traffic signal planning and signal flow using AI for years. The question is what are we doing with this new fun stuff that's very interactive, very real time, and at the edge, right? Again, I'm going to go back to the foundational stuff. Those are very cool, and I think they will change how our world interacts, how a traffic light holds the green or holds the red because we have someone moving across the intersection slower. I think that's critical, and that is an AI function, right? But again, I think that's the secondary thing. The first thing is you got to have a secure network for that AI to run on. You got to have a reliable device at the edge for that AI to run on. So we've been given a generational moment in transportation, and sorry, I know I'm a transportation person, but we've been given a generational moment. We've never seen this kind of funding come out of the government before. I was in a meeting with the CEO of Amtrak. He said, I'm getting more money in the next 3 years than I've gotten in the past 30 combined, right? So while I love if they turned around and put all the new Acela vehicles on an AI generative, track, I'd much rather they really go back and make the electrification down the track better, or the track safety or the level crossings on the track better. So the AI, I think, will come. I think it's inevitable. I think we're all seeing that coming at us. I think it's a matter of making sure it's done with good parameters and good protection and guardrails around it. Because when you turn all the lights in Manhattan red, the stock market crashes right away, right? I mean, when something changes drastically and we're not expecting it, people go into fight or flight mode. And AI has that potential to really turn people off if it's done wrong. So I think first and foremost, if you have cybersecurity, then you don't have to worry about the AI person being an outside bad player. You just are now doing it internally, and you're actually trying to come up with the real outcomes.
So let me address it maybe first from sort of a generic DHS perspective, and then talk a little bit about some of the use cases that we're interested to get down to local level in particular. The first thing that we're really focused right now are trusted and responsible use of AI. How do you really know you can trust these systems? How do you know that they're staying on target? So we can go into ChatGPT, some of the other line things. I don't know who built that foundational model. I mean, these things look very much black box. How do you assure that over time, that you're getting consistent results, that over time the types of questions or data being entered into these models aren't introducing some type of bias that's going to hurt you and contaminate your results? You talk in cyber about continuous monitoring of your cyber environment to make sure that you're secure. What's the future equivalent of that? And these models are very, very expensive to build. Is our future where most people are going to be relying on an AI model that's off-prem, that you really don't have control over, that's a black box? How are you going to trust that? And what happens if you get disconnected from it and you're reliant on that? So we're working a lot with the National Institute of Standards and Technology on standards. We're thinking a lot about how do you test AI systems. I mean, if it's an AI, is it going to be smart enough to know the test answers and cheat? You end up in a lot of these weird conversations. But at the departmental level, we do have real focus on trusted and trustworthy use of AI, responsible use, looking at standards, understanding how to test them. In the work I do, getting down, more related to local level, thinking particularly about what generative AI might be able to do for the emergency management community. So helping, develop mitigation and preparedness plans. I think that's a key issue. In our national labs, there are these phenomenal models, about climate change and all these other things, but they're expert models. How do we get expert models in the hands of local emergency managers to build better mitigation plans? Early warning, I think, could be something combined with the sensors that we do with AI, scenario and simulations, decision support. Of course, AI has been talked about. AI ops is becoming pretty common, I think, particularly in the IT world, and AI support at public safety answering points. We make the 911 call. If there's kind of an AI agent listening in on that, there are people experimenting with things like, can it early detect that the person calling is a stroke victim or something else is going on? Can it take an early action to start managing and dispatching resources? Can we cut a couple of minutes off of average response times nationwide? I think those are very powerful types of AI uses that we're starting to look into at the department.
And we have another question.
Thank you. So keying off the word federal and title, federal imperative, the U.S. imperative for smart cities, smart regional, and Kyle, to your comment, by there are countries that already have autonomous corridors and other technologies. And in the U.S., we're really good at technical innovation. But how would you rate or rank us, the U.S., in terms of execution and maturity of implementation relative to other countries?
So you said you wanted to answer that? No. I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that. And then AI divides into so many segments. A lot of what I see at the department is the impacts of adversarial AI on us and the threats that we're seeing. And you tend to be like, oh man, they're way ahead of us. On the other hand, our national labs, NIST, what the private sector companies in the U.S. are doing, is amazing. When I travel internationally and I work with, international organizations, there's a large tendency to look to the U.S. as leaders in virtually any technology, including AI. And that's not necessarily just looking at the federal government, but looking at the strength and power of our industry. So I don't have a good answer for that. I don't know if maybe there's one out there. But I worry very much about what our adversaries may be doing with AI and that we're not keeping up enough. But boy, I get a lot of faith in the brilliance of the people that we work with in this country, public and private sector. And just on my worry piece, let me just kind of add a data point for you. So you're all familiar with Moore's Law, right? That, every 2 years or so you get crammed enough transistors on a chip, it doubles. So I think with Stanford a couple of years ago, they did an analysis of AI. They said AI processing power is doubling every 3 to 4 months. So how do you keep up with that, right? And we worry, if our threat vectors are increasing exponentially, and we're kind of over here figuring out the next incremental thing we're going to do to protect our network, right? Is that good enough? So anyway, sorry, again, a non-answer, but I'm worried, but I feel good about it, I think.
Right. I tend to agree. Here in the United States, we are amazing at developing technology. Adopting is a lot harder. Adoption tends to follow the value of life curve. In a community that your value of life is low, you're easy to adopt, right? So here in the United States, we have a very high value of life. We consider each citizen a very valuable person, right? So we don't just go put out things on the roadway that are not safe. You have to go through auto crash safety testing if you're an OEM and you build a car, right? We don't have $7,000 BYD electric vehicles here, even though there are $7,000 electric cars running in parts of Asia. But it's because of that value of life. Here, we're very, very clear on the value of life. The constituents have had our voice, which requires more testing, more proof of concepting, more delay in deployment. So you can almost rate us based on value of life. If you find a new world, a new emerging country, there's not a huge infrastructure that they have to overcome, so they can easily adopt new technologies quicker. And they may not have the traffic conditions that we have, and they're not built on legacy systems. So you can almost find an inverse curve to value of life versus technology adoption, at least in transportation, but that might give you some place to look at it. I think we do it better, and I'm not saying that just like America's better, right? I'm saying like I think because we put that time and energy in it, we have the experts who are doing the studies and the safety parameters of it. I think ultimately when we deploy, it's very effective, but we're oftentimes 5 to 6 years late behind a lot of other leading countries that are just saying, I'm going to do it today. I mean, flying drones that hold people is a very big thing in other countries, and here let's start testing that, you know. So it's, if you really want to get to the next layer, you kind of have to say, I'm going to take the rails off, and that's hard here in the United States.
And I'd just add too, if any of you have ever been to the World Expo in Barcelona, you'll see the presence of countries around the world, and it is just mind-blowing, some of the things going on in Europe and Asia. So they've invested heavily, and they've done a lot of incredible deployments of technology. So,
yeah, a good example, all of Europe right now is changing their train control system. So we did what was called positive train control a decade ago or so. It was okay, it works a little bit, it's helpful. But in the rest of Europe, they're basically replacing their entire system with a private 5G network just for train control. So their adoption of both 5G and automated trains is going to be 10x what our adoption is, because we still have a lot of people, either between unions or labor laws or technology issues, we don't adopt it. So I think those are the kind of things you'll see. When countries get behind it, when the government gets behind the technology adoption, you go a lot faster. And here, that tends to be our problem because of bureaucracy.
And we have another question.
Oh, yes. So first, I was at the Harley store. I saw a shirt that said 60's the new 30. So congratulations to you 32-year-olds up on the stage. I'm loving this.
You're talking to him.
Oh, so you're not even old enough to drive yet. That's why you're pushing autonomous vehicles.
That's right.
All right. So I've listened to this discussion go back and forth. And on one side, I hear a need for security. On the other side, I need speed for integration, new technology, and adoption. In between the two is threat and risk. You've articulated that very well. But yet we don't have any federal security integration centers to drive that solution set. Do you have any recommendations on where we would go or how we would drive that demand signal for security integration across vendors? Because everything right now is a vendor-independent solution, so to speak, and the security flaws come through integration.
So, interesting question. So there's certainly a lot of documentation out there and standards, recommended procedures, you know, from National Institute of Standard Technologies and efforts like that. We've done some work. We have something we call Swamp. It's a place where you can put your software in. You know, it'll give you kind of an idea of security vulnerabilities. You know, there's a lot of different test beds out there. But I wouldn't say there's any systematic national infrastructure, you know, at least that I'm aware of. I mean, there's a lot of guidance out there. There's a lot of policy, and there's some specific test beds that you can employ. But I'm not aware of any, you know, national infrastructure.
Yeah, I tend to agree. There are a lot of test beds. There are a lot of people putting together trial environments, and they do integrations. So it's not just one or the other. They bring the different pieces together and they try it end to end. But I agree. I don't think we have for cybersecurity, namely for critical infrastructure, I don't think we have a good national scale plan. It is, you go figure out what works for you.
If I could just make a shout out to David Erie back there. He had worked on a coordination on IoT hardware-based security and software security, a company called My Devices, I believe, and out of the UK, and also some US companies like Enclave, which does hardware-based IoT security, Zero Trust. So there are some standards that are hopefully going to get out there to help. I believe it's for federal agencies primarily, so that when their procurement goes and buys things, they're going to know that this is certified as secure and something that should be bought versus something that may not be.
I will only add to that there is more and more verbiage in funding that requires cybersecurity. Like the NEVI grants that went out, the National EV Infrastructure Grants, one of the requirements is that you have to have cybersecurity. Unfortunately, no one defined what that is. They just said you have to have it. So some people are like, okay, I got it, or I don't. I have cellular cybersecurity. So I think the fact that it's in the grant and you had to prove it as a point, you had to say, at least I have this, whatever this is a starting point. But I think we need more of that function forced through the funding mechanism, to be fair.
We have another question.
Yes, Ben Hitchings, UNC School of Government. As we talk about the different technologies and opportunities, we have to find a way to help elucidate the benefits for our decision makers, for them to understand. And one of the ways that is helpful in that regard is having good examples of communities, local governments, for example, in North Carolina, that are using AI in their work, are developing smart cities applications. And so this is a question both for the panel and for the audience. Do you know of interesting examples of local government in North Carolina using those tools? We are doing some research right now for a report we're preparing. So if you have good examples, I would love to hear from you today. Again, my name is Ben Hitchings. My email is hitchings, HITCHINGS, @sog.unc.edu, and would love to hear if y'all know of examples here, and if you don't, maybe they're interesting local government examples from elsewhere.
Yeah, we've got some work going on in Cary that you might be interested in.
Say it was Cary.
Yeah,
sure.
And again, I'll point to David Erie. I mean, it's Virginia, but it's only a border away, right? Where we've done quite a bit, with the state of Virginia. And there's other examples, but those are the two local that I have for you.
Yeah, I would totally echo that. The town of Cary, right around the corner, a lot of connected intersections, looking at signal prioritization, traffic signal preemption based on traffic flow and conditions in the city. So that's probably the closest one from here that I'm aware of.
And Morrisville with their smart parks that I heard about earlier today in the A section. So take a look at their site too.
I would only go back to there are plenty of other communities that have other things going on, like pedestrian detection or worker safety zone detections. I can definitely go offline and show you some examples around outside of North Carolina.
And Raleigh's jumping into some things too that you'll hear about in the future. So, next.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the panel. You both mentioned throughout, even though we're talking about in general enablement of how cities can be empowered, including by the private sector, but all these mentions of bureaucracy that would stand in the way. Unions, labor laws, paper manifests, right? And the list is endless that we all know about. What do you say to, or how do you provide for private entities, whether that's startup communities, innovators, venture funds that don't want to invest in these types of projects or public-private partnerships because they still see those bureaucracy barriers as just being too great or not worth their money?
Yeah, it's a tough problem, particularly the federal bureaucracy. The way we run acquisitions is not really set up, for the fast-moving technology world. I mean, from the time we get from, kind of a validated use case and a budget to get a contract award, that can be a year to 18 months. And by then we've seen, maybe 3 technology cycles in this day and age. So we've been trying to look at ways so we can work more flexibly. So again, the partnership we have with the Virginia Innovative Partnership Corporation, it gives us a way to say we have a general interest in sensors and put some funding there, and then allow them to kind of develop the use cases, and with our oversight, not independently. Want to let you think we let David and company run crazy, but with our oversight, actually identify people, help us make down selects and push a lot faster. We have something we call our Silicon Valley Innovation Program. And while it's physically located in Silicon Valley, it applies across the world. If you go on our website, you will find things. We're able to very rapidly award up to $500,000 for 4 6-month tranches, up to $2 million over 2 years, to work with certain companies in a very fast acquisition method. So we've been trying to kind of stretch the boundaries of federal acquisition. We also, for companies who don't want money, they just want a partnership, we can also engage in what's called the CRADA, Cooperative Research and Development Act. It allows us to sign an agreement without competition that we're going to work together on something. We can exchange knowledge, but we can't exchange money with you, and we can work together to develop, unobtainium or something, and we'd negotiate the rights to that up front. So we have some mechanisms, but it's very difficult for the United States research environment right now. Our acquisition rules are just not set up, to allow us to move fast.
One of the creative things we did at the local level, because obviously we all deal with local procurement challenges, and we created a relationship with Virginia Innovation Partnership at Stafford County. So when we saw a company that brought something to the test bed that we wanted to replicate and bring throughout the county, it was treated as a government to government purchase, so we didn't have to competitively bid it. We could go directly to VIPC with a work order or task order and make the procurement that way. And that really streamlined how quickly we could bring these technologies out to the community.
I would add to that, I'll give you two other things. One, what we're all here for, right? If the city of Raleigh is invested in something, there are so many reciprocal agreements that the city of Raleigh can do that says, great, now Wake County can do the same thing. So you don't have to go through the same procurement method, right? You can attach on to the city of Raleigh or vice versa. And communities getting connected, right? Use those reciprocation agreements, use the proof of concepts that this town learned so that you don't have to go through that same process all over again. So getting together and actually working on smart cities as a service, where you're buying a service from another city or trading a service to another city, might be an option. So you can move faster because you're literally buying off of the head-end that's already deployed of your video detection system or whatever the case is, right? So use someone else's investment to propel your own would be one. And I think that's a lot of what we're trying to accomplish in here today, is trying to figure out how to get people to get together to do that. The other one, a good example, would be somebody like Dallas Area Rapid Transit. About 12 years ago, they lobbied the state to change the public-private partnership laws between the governmental agencies. And they were very successful to expedite public-private partnerships to overcome the bureaucracy issue. They did it initially under the guise of, we want to subcontract to a busing company that handles a rural part of the town that we don't go to. But the law was written such that now they can deploy telecom if that's what they want to do. And it's a public-private partnership agreement that is expedited and meant to get over the factors that they're not getting private equity because of the fears. So I would look for governmental agencies who have taken that really proactive step and say, let's find the programs that we can impact, that we can effect in our own states, and see if that can help expedite it. So you might want to go look at DART and see how they got it done. I was paying attention to it a while ago, but they went through a huge lobbying effort with the state in a relatively, very conservative state, to be fair, right? So they went through a lot of it, but ultimately got public-private partnerships are a huge part of how that entity actually does a lot of their projects these days. So.
And I would also add, sometimes economic development authorities can function somewhat autonomously and can make procurements separate from the normal, local government procurement regulations. So that could be another venue for being able to bring technology to your community. Next question.
Sure. And thank you both very much for your time. I think my question is along the line of, is there a recommended scorecard or framework that you recommend people take a look at to evaluate success? Like, we're here, we need to get there to measure our efforts across the board?
I'm not sure I follow your question. I'm sorry.
In other words, you want to use performance management and you want to be able to say, okay, how are we doing? You mentioned Europe. They're they're able to adopt new technologies. How do we know that we're progressing, and what are the appropriate metrics, so forth?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. First of all, you have to know your business outcomes that you're desiring and measure against them, right? This is the difference in maybe governmental versus how a business operates, but you go to a business commit and you say, I'm going to invest X amount of dollars, and here are my stage gates along the way, and we all agree to it, and you move forward. And municipalities do that to some extent, but it's a little bit more encumbered over a longer planning period and those types of things. I think if you have clear outcomes, then you can put clear measurables against it. It's when you did your poll earlier today, the unknowns, I don't have clear outcomes, we're still in the 50-60% line. So there's no way to metric that if you don't know what you're trying to achieve. Very clearly, very distinctly. You can always metric, hey, we did more than we expected, that's great. But really putting metrics, you have to have a very clear definition of what you're trying to achieve. That, I don't know, that's probably the best I can come up with.
I like maturity models. Are you surprised? No. Yeah.
All right, I earned that one.
Yeah. That's what I'm here for. There's a lot of them out there. And a lot of it depends on what you're focused on. Information sharing for emergency management's one of our big focus areas. We developed one, the incident management information sharing capability maturity model, very fancy name. There's another one out there I like a lot, SafeCom. It deals with safe communications and interoperability. What I really like about that maturity model, though, is that a lot of times the maturity model is focused on the technology. Where are you at with the tech, right? And the SafeCom model and the other things we've tried to do, they bring the aspect of how are you governing it? Because it's not, if it's just tech, it's not going to work. You need the governance piece, you need the training piece, you need the budget piece, essentially to be effective in any types of these large-scale technology adoption. You need all the C-suite people. You need the chief information officer, you need the chief acquisition officer, you need the chief human capital officer, because there's just so much involved in making those transitions. So I'd recommend to you maturity models a lot out there. You might want to build your own, but really look for one that has that makes you think hard and objectively about the governance aspect of it.
This will be the final question, Mr. Peabody.
And it'll be the best one. It's actually a comment, and John Holden may already be thinking about this, but people have brought up David Erie's name a couple times. They built this test bed. And we're an IT company that decided we brought some partners together to do smart lighting and a company that paints fiber on the roadways. And David made me feel really good when I had to go back and ask him for money because we kept running into issues. Things like some of the lights had 440 volt electricity and the luminaires, the smart lights wouldn't work. We're an IT company. We don't know that. So when he said it's okay, we learn through challenges like this, and it's okay. And so for this region doing this, build a test bed where you can come in and it's okay to fail. You try things, and it's low risk. And we persevered, and we discovered things like, lights go off during the day, so suddenly the APs wouldn't have power, for Wi-Fi. It's like, yeah, that makes sense, So a test bed, John's probably already thinking something, but that was very helpful, and I just wanted to point that out because it's okay to fail.
Yep. Yeah. Great point. Thank you. And this concludes our session, but I'm going to turn it over to Tom.
I was just going to say, Dan and I are opening tonight at the Raleigh Improv. 7:30. Seats fill up fast. It is a 2-drink minimum, though. Okay? I know it's past his dinner time for sure. So, thank you.
But on a serious
that's why I
note,
won't be there when the bill's presented to Kyle. So,
yeah. But on a serious note, they are going to stick around a little bit. So if you have any questions, feel free to interact with them after. So thank you.
All right, thanks to all of you. I've got some gifts I'll come around to you with here in just a moment. But so we're heading into a break. When we come back from break at 2 o'clock in this room, we're going to see a number of startups pitch their solutions, as we mentioned this morning. We're also going to have an opportunity to interact with that AI that we saw first thing this morning. So look forward to that. Get ready to see if we can't stump the AI, ask some good questions, see what kinds of policy recommendations it has. So do we call it it? I'm not sure, actually. This is a good time, if you have not yet done so. There is a survey, there's a QR code survey on the agenda. So if you go to the agenda or there's some QR codes outside, we'd love to hear feedback on the program as you go forward. So go ahead and do that. Meet with all of our vendors, and we'll see you back in here at 2 o'clock. All right, this is my favorite part personally, and I'm not saying that only because my colleague Rachel Newberry from Riot is going to take over from me and let me relax a little bit. But before we jump in, I do want to make one just quick shout out, because earlier Dan had mentioned how there's this repurposing of some of the old analog television that's now being used for digital broadcast, for emergency services, for data casting, so on. Folks in the audience may not be aware, but a lot of the fundamental research and testing of these new technologies, it's happening right here in North Carolina. PBS North Carolina, a company called Device Solutions and the Wireless Research Center have been collaborating along with a couple of federal agencies on developing out this technology and doing data casting for public safety, and this idea of being able to see it on any device, whether it's a TV, a tablet, a phone, whatever, to get this kind of emergency data and to arm first responders, not just with a simple page, or maybe that little scroll bar across the bottom of the television, but real data-rich things, video and so on. And so those projects are happening right here. If you'd like to learn more, I can certainly connect anyone to Device Solutions, to the Wireless Center, and those others. So it's really cool to hear, from DHS the importance of these things, and then know, well, this is stuff that's growing right here in our backyard. That's entrepreneurship, in my view. It's creating and solving problems that haven't been solved before and doing it with emerging technologies. That's really what Riot focuses on, is that kind of work. And so with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to Rachel Newberry. Rachel runs our accelerator programs and has pulled together, I think, some pretty interesting startup stories for today. So Rachel, I'm going to hand it to you.
Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. Rachel Newberry, I lead innovation programs at Riot, and this is also my favorite part of the day because one of my favorite things, period, is introducing folks to awesome innovators that are solving problems in new and interesting ways. So one thing to keep in mind throughout this session, we're going to introduce 5 startups. And many of you in the room may be potential customers or partners for these growing companies. So please find them after, give some advice, offer a connection, and maybe even partner with them or become a customer. That is really what we're here to facilitate today. So first, to give a little bit of background on the Riot organization. Riot was founded about 10 years ago to help folks to recognize and capture data economy opportunities. So we initially focused on IoT, which now we just talk about companies that are leveraging data in interesting ways. And we do a number of different things, ultimately to pursue economic development, job creation, company growth in emerging technology sectors. My name again is Rachel Newberry. I really have spent my career in facilitating innovation, in building programs that help entrepreneurs to not only get off the ground, but to build real long-term sustainable companies. And over time, I've also started to support corporate and government innovation teams with starting new projects that are maybe in an area that's not part of their core business, but they need a chance to think like a startup, to connect to partners that can make new things happen, and just pursue really excellent innovation, which I think that has been a theme throughout today, and something that Riot is really passionate about facilitating. To give you a sense of the Riot network, this is really our extended team. We essentially run an industry consortium of folks that are interested in connecting with each other, pursuing new business, meeting customers in this data economy space. And so we see ourselves as really dot connectors in this ecosystem, and again, helping people to meet each other and do business. And smart cities is an area that is really rich and interesting. To zoom in a little bit from that big network of logos that you just saw on the screen, these are our government partners. So more and more over the years, we've started to collaborate with the public sector to pursue innovation. And so we work with folks in a number of different ways, but maybe the 2 categories that I'll call out today, we especially support developing entrepreneurial ecosystems. So communities that are on the rise, they come to us to help them to grow new businesses in their communities. And then the other area that we commonly support government is with smart cities innovation. So helping projects to get going. We can be a neutral facilitator. We can help connect in the right technology partners or the right entrepreneur partners, which is where I really thrive, is helping you all connect to folks that you'll see here on stage in a moment to do really exciting, forward-thinking things together. A little bit more about the Riot community. To kind of really summarize, we are a convener. We run somewhere on the order of 75 events per year to help folks to network in the technology space or to learn more about emerging technologies. We run programs. So I run a startup accelerator, again, that also supports corporate and government innovation teams. And then we also are just network operators and those dot connectors. So this is a kind of good overview picture of all the things happening in the Riot network. I would never miss an opportunity to talk quickly about our Startup Accelerator program. We support startups at no charge. We do not take equity in the companies that we support. Our goals are really economic development, job creation, helping communities to support entrepreneurs with building sustainable businesses. So we run this intensive program in multiple communities now. If you know an entrepreneur or if you are working internally at a large established entity on a new innovation project, please keep in mind that we've got an application open today that closes mid-December, and we will be kicking off this cohort, which is our 17th cohort of this program in Wilson, North Carolina in early 2024. So really excited about that. We do have a government innovation team that has committed to join this cohort and would love to see some folks in the room join them. With that, I would love to take an opportunity to thank NC IDEA. We've got a couple great representatives. NC IDEA has been an amazing partner to the Riot organization and has also come alongside us and supported a lot of entrepreneurs together. Barry Ryan, I would love to have you just pop up to the stage and say hello and talk a little bit about the awesome work that you guys are doing.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Wow, okay. That applause was for Rachel. Really pleased to be here. Big thanks to John and Heather and the whole City of Raleigh team for hosting this event. Thanks to Riot, Rachel, Tom, and the whole team for having us be a part of this pitch competition this afternoon. Really, my favorite part is when you get to see the entrepreneurs come up and share their innovative solutions that they're doing and leading to make change in our community and bring economic impact to the communities where they work and live, and that's what this is all about. And by the way, hopefully there'll be some good connections that happen here in addition to the prize money. So really excited about that. We'll tell you a little bit more about NC IDEA in just a moment, but before I forget, I want to do the thing that I'm holding in my hand, so I don't forget that. Next week, NC IDEA, we have our big annual conference, the NC Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Summit. It will be here in Raleigh, November 13 through 15. It is not too late to sign up. And I have here some steeply discounted coupon codes here. There are also some on the table right outside that door over there where you can grab the QR code, get online, go register, or share it with someone you know that might be interested in the event. This coupon code is discounted steep enough, to quote my friend John from Dual Boot, to say that it's even worth it if you can only come one day. So really take advantage of the opportunity to be a part of the summit next week, and that's my commercial. Now for the infomercial about NC IDEA. NC IDEA, we are a private foundation based in Durham, serving entrepreneurs in the ecosystem that surrounds them statewide in North Carolina. We work with entrepreneurs in a variety of different ways. We are most known for the grants that we make to entrepreneurs by providing them with non-dilutive funding. It's not free money, but it's about as close as you can get. And it's designed to help those entrepreneurs take their business to the next stage in their innovative venture and give them access to that critical capital that they need as they're scaling their ventures. We do have 2 NC IDEA grantees pitching this afternoon, but we will be completely unbiased and a good opportunity for me to mention my colleague Kate Wiggins, who's here from our programs team, serving as a judge, and really excited to be part of the pitch competition this afternoon. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Rachel. Thank you very much from the NC IDEA team, and we're really excited to be a part of this event.
Thanks so much, Barry. NC IDEA is really, if we think about this event today, is talking about collaboration across the public sector in the region. NC IDEA is really fostering the same mindset across the entrepreneurial support landscape in North Carolina. So yes, Riot will be out at the event next week, and we're looking forward to it, and please join us there. The theme today really has been regional collaboration, and we've had great representation here across North Carolina. But I also want to zoom out and recognize a couple of national and international friends that are here with us today. So NASA Langley Research Center and the Byrd Foundation, who helps facilitate innovation between the U.S. and Israel. They're both present, which I think is really a testament to the exciting work that's happening here in this ecosystem, and we're attracting and leveraging national and international partners as well. So if you'd like to learn more about them, they do have tables outside, so stop by and say hello. All right, and now I'm so excited to introduce you to our esteemed judges panel for the afternoon. We have Mark Rogoff from Dell, and Mark is also a mentor for the Riot Accelerator program. Kate Wiggins is with us from NC IDEA, and Dave Kaiser, thank you for being here, from the Department of Commerce at the state level. So I would love for each of you to just come up to the stage, say hello, and introduce yourselves. Come on down. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be here. My name is Kate Wiggins. I am Program Support Manager for NC IDEA. As Barry mentioned, we are best known for our grant programs, but we also have some programming that goes along with that, particularly for the early stage proof of concept companies. We also deploy entrepreneurial mindset programming throughout the state, and I'm very excited to see all of you pitch this afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Kate. Hi, everybody. My name is Dave Kaiser. I'm with the Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation at the North Carolina Department of Commerce. We're known for our grants program as well. It's the SBIR and STTR Incentive and Matching Program. If you're not familiar with SBIR and STTRs, there's a great learning session taking place next Tuesday at the NC IDEA Ecosystem Summit. It's not too late to register for that. Or you can email me at any time. Our solicitations for the grant program will be opening hopefully next week. So stay tuned for more, and look forward to hearing from the pitches.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Rogoff. I'm the guy with the cartoon. And I wish I had some sort of grant that I could offer, but I don't. I'm sorry about that. I'm interested in startups. I enjoy the startup land. I definitely enjoy working with people and mentoring them along the way. It's a well-known secret. When you mentor somebody, you learn something new. I love learning, and that's why mentorship has been a challenge and a privilege of mine, and I wish to keep on doing it, and I wish everybody did it more. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us today. Now, let's jump into it. Here's the run of show for the afternoon. We have 5 diverse startups that will share their stories and talk about the problems that they are solving. Each of them will give a 5-minute pitch, and then we'll have a few minutes reserved for Q&A. Q&A is reserved for our judges panel exclusively, but the audience will have an opportunity to participate here. Keep this in mind as you're listening to these pitches. At the end, we're going to use our awesome live poll survey tool for the audience to select their favorite pitch of the day. And then judges will deliberate and also choose the judge's choice winner, who will win the $1,000 pitch prize. So we're really excited about that. Both the audience popularity vote and the judge's choice pitch prize winner will be announced in closing remarks today. So stick around for that. Yeah, with that, I think we're ready to rock, right, guys? So first up, I would love to welcome to the stage a company that is taking a very hands-on and unique approach to digital equity, and they are really growing their presence here in North Carolina. So Bill Causey with Catabasis, please come on down.
Awesome. Yeah, first I'd just like to thank everybody, the sponsors, NC Idea, Riot, City of Raleigh, just for giving me this opportunity. Very excited to be here. I am with Catabasis. I co-founded this with my partner, Joseph. Just first, Catabasis is a Greek term for it's part of a hero's journey. So in the hero cycle, it goes from the natural world where you have a problem to the supernatural world to get some tool or some knowledge you need to come back to the natural world to fix that. So as we're kind of doing these digital equity projects, trying to empower people to come back and fix whatever problem they have in their community. So here's a kind of a brief overview of what we're going to do. We're going to do a very quick abbreviated version of who we are as Catabasis, how we got funded, talk about our computer building camps we do with rural and underserved areas, opportunities for us to reach more students and how we might be able to establish some partnerships to accomplish that, and then ideas for using technology to support some digital equity, so talking some about the software projects that we do. So first, who we are. So I co-founded this with my co-founder, Joseph Wiggins. We lived right on the county line, Pitt County, Craven County, very far out in the middle of nowhere. And our education with digital technology always occurred from about 9:30 p.m. to however late at night because we were on a dial-up phone and we had to have that line reserved for when people were calling to order peaches that we picked that day. We had to have that line open. And then also Joseph Wiggins, Joseph's brother, Jacob, was also he was on the autism spectrum and struggled a lot with being so far removed from urban areas and resources that we really inspired to develop other resources for these areas, these very distant areas. So we were officially founded in March 2020. Right when COVID happened. So we also pivoted to doing a technology thrust of getting infrastructure out into high-need areas. We're talking to teachers that we partner with and always having a lot of students, or 4 or 5 students that just couldn't keep up with the distance learning because they didn't have the devices that they needed. So we started our free computer building camps where we get donated computers, refurbish them, have the kids build them with us, and then let them take them home so they could do their distance education. So also just to talk about kind of what we consider as digital equity. So we kind of have like 5 pillars. First is getting those devices out into the household so that they can participate. Doing digital literacy, so talking about computers, introductions to AI, internet, that type of thing. Bringing a lot of different voices to the table. So we were very much involved in working with teachers, librarians, community champions to get their voice into understanding how we can better meet their needs. Designing for learner variability is very important to us too. So we work a lot in like special education research. And then sustainability and scalability. So we very much want to make sure that these devices we're giving are affordable at this price, which is why we established this nonprofit to get them at a cheaper price point. We also focus a lot on making these projects culturally relevant. So we work in very rural areas. So we do a lot of stuff of like technology fused with agriculture. Or you can kind of see in the AI art project, we did a project with kids if they build a smart farm and then have AI art kind of generate ideas with them and create artwork. We also do this kind of an example of some of the co-design that we do. So in that agriculture game that we've developed, having kids design skins or design new attachments for their drones for how they can manage their farm. So they're thinking about how they can use that technology, but also like what is it that's relevant in their communities. And then talking a little bit about us, our expertise really is in that AI area. So Joseph has his PhD in natural language processing. We do a lot of educational games development, and then just our connections with both connections in academia and then our connections in the community, so we can be that conduit to get resources out from academia to those areas of need. I want to go briefly into our kind of camp model. So at the top, so we start with either getting computers donated or going to like government surpluses, university surpluses, getting those computers, transporting them, cleaning them, storing them, and then taking them to partner nonprofits in local communities so that we can use their facilities and connect with the people that they already have connections with to run those camps. And then at the end, the participants get to take their computers home with them to continue their education. And then on the right side is just kind of a sample agenda. So we do a lot of like Saturday camps, but we customize it to the needs of the organization. So whether it's like a 2 hours over the course of a couple of weekends or one single weekend, we very much customize it to the need. And then camp outcomes. So we do pre and post surveys, just kind of understanding our impact and how we can improve. So this chart right here kind of is the blue bars are the incoming comfortability with technology and how if they find it intimidating or their interest in STEM careers. And then the green bars are after we complete the camp. So we have a very significant statistical improvements in these camps, and we're mostly trying to establish this confidence level so that they can continue their own education, because usually the biggest hurdle that they face is just fear of engaging with the material. So we're trying to reduce that fear. And then opportunities for how we can increase these camps. So we're a 6-person company. We're very small. Our capacity to host these camps ourselves is very limited. So we want to move to kind of a train-the-trainer model so that we can, these community champions that we have good connections with, give them the support they need so that they can offer it themselves. They're not intimidated, or they have the lesson plans, all that type of stuff to run that. So at the bottom, you kind of see some of the resources that we're hoping to develop to better enable this community champions to run this. Just sourcing and transporting equipment. So we've been all over the East Coast getting these computers donated, bringing them back. And then storage is also one of the things we're trying to figure out how to better disperse where we're doing these to offer the camps. And then just in general, just continue networking, getting the word out of the work that we're doing, finding more local nonprofits that we can partner with. So if anybody in this room, if you have any connections to these resources, we'd love to talk to you afterwards about how we can partner. Going more into this train-the-trainer model, we're very much into dispersing our impact. We don't want to be the only ones doing this work. We want to enable people to do this work without us being a bottleneck in the system. So we have a couple of different initiatives developing traditional, like professional development, lesson plans, that type of stuff, but also leveraging AI to also be there to support them if they have questions and stuff. They don't always have to reach out to us. We can develop these training systems with AI systems. And then just we're kind of envisioning how we want to organize this as into a camp coordinator system. Kind of the main elements being tracking like logistics for the components, donations, volunteer recruitment is also very important. Coordinating where volunteers live and how we can get them to certain camps. Just calendars, lesson plan creators. So if you have 2 hours to run a camp, we can help you select a lesson plan that better fits that 2 hours. Or if you have a full day, what other type of lesson plans you can include in that. And then just helpful resources for instructors so that they can, if they're trying to learn about different type of lessons or stuff, that they can go and do their own research pre to the camp. And then last of all, talk a little bit about the software that we're developing to also support that. So digital equity, we also really want to leverage AI to train these people. So we have examples for learners and for educators. So this is called an intelligent tutoring system. So this is an AI system where it works, like you have observations, it'll interpret what you're saying or any nonverbal cues, make decisions in that with that AI, and then through the avatar do nonverbal gesturing or speaking, and then can just help better convey content knowledge. As well as this is very similar that we do for educators, but more on the professional development level. So one problem you see a lot in schools is teachers just don't have a lot of opportunity for feedback. So we do a lot of in-classroom work of using AI to understand classroom dynamics and how they're delivering information, and then giving them kind of micro lessons for here's a suggestion or two for better classroom engagement, better knowledge uptake. So we kind of trying to create this ecosystem of both hardware and software for this digital equity thrust. So that's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Bill. Great job. Barry mentioned earlier that I am not biased to NC Idea companies, and it sounds like your co-founder has the same last name that I do. I was not aware I had a cousin named Joseph. That is not going to factor into my decision either. I just want the room to know. As you are launching this camp coordinator model that is train the trainer, paint a picture for me of the ideal partner or partner network that would be involved in bringing something like that to life.
Yeah, absolutely. So like who we're envisioning as these trainers, we work with soup kitchens, housing authorities, library systems is one that we're we'd love to like be able to train libraries. So if they want to do like a month-long digital literacy event at their system, we could have them create a profile in the camp coordinator system, log in, kind of schedule, like these are the times that we have available, these are the age ranges of the students that are coming, these are the number of volunteers that we want, and then it can just build out a lesson plan for them. It can ping us to like, okay, we're going to try to build 12 computers to get them the computers there beforehand, and then just essentially give them the lesson plans and the development materials that they need to feel confident enough to offer that. So as far as outside partners, it is those nonprofits, but then also people that have any type of computers that they want to donate, or if you want to volunteer, having people kind of create profiles, volunteer, stuff like that.
Good job, Bill. Could you speak a little bit about the camps you're doing now, how many you've done, the footprint you've got within the state or outside the state?
Yes, absolutely. So we've been doing these for about 2 years. We just hit our 250 computers distributed. We run these about once a month on average. We are trying to increase that, but we're just kind of limited by our man hours associated. This is more of we do a lot of programming during the week, so it's kind of our side philanthropic effort. We focus mostly on the I-95 corridor. We go find communities with high need, particularly in eastern North Carolina. We've gone as far west as Bertie County, east, through to the Triangle. We've done like summer schools, we've done libraries, that type of stuff. And then, yeah, so we're at 250 currently, and we're trying to reach much more of kind of every once Saturday a month or something, and just keep finding these partners. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Catabasis. Could you have me one slide back, please? Thanks. All right, this next company, what I really appreciate about TELUS is that, air quality is one of those things that you may not typically notice unless it becomes a problem. And TELUS is not only helping cities to establish the infrastructure to do proactive monitoring for air quality, but they also really help the public understand the public health implications of air quality. So I won't steal any more of your thunder. Carl Luft, please come on up.
All right. First, I'd like to thank Riot for the invite to pitch today, as well as all the sponsors for hosting the event. And we'll go ahead and get started. So my name is Carl Luft. I'm the Vice President at TELUS Network Sensor Solutions. We're based out of Salt Lake City, Utah, and originally grew from an NSF-funded project that was aimed to creating a way to monitor air quality at the neighborhood scale with kind of an affordable price point. So the two topics that our company really relates to is both on the sustainability and the digital equity side. And just starting off with the customer need, we really have set out to, our driver really is developing a reliable, accessible way to monitor air quality and offer this data in a way that everybody can understand it, not just scientists or experts in the air quality space. The other part, is that cut off for you too? Oh. The other part is there's not a lot of localized data related to air quality monitoring. So an example of this is like Salt Lake City, Utah. We have our federal reference monitor up on the mountain next to the University of Utah. And that is not relative to what the air quality is on the lower parts that are, environmental justice type of communities. So what we've done is really gone after how we can model all of the valley, or including metrics about topography, environmental aspects, humidity, temperature, those types of things. We set out with this mission, which is to provide the highest resolution air quality metrics to thriving communities through an innovative sensor network that leverages both statistical methods and machine learning to enable an understanding of air quality microclimates. Now, this leads into our intellectual property. So our initial patents were developed at the University of Utah, and our partnership and collaboration with the University of Utah allows us the right of refusal for any air quality monitoring technology that comes out of the University of Utah. And Utah is a wonderful test bed for air quality monitoring. We have every single type of pollution event that can occur, from wildfire smoke to inversions and everything between. In addition, these patents specifically, they laid the groundwork for all of our technology that allows us to model air quality and provide really engaging visualizations in the form of like these heat maps that you see on the monitor here, as well as animated models of what these historic events may have looked like, whether it was like a dust storm or ozone, those kinds of things. So the science with air quality really gets very heavy, and so I'm not up here talking about Gaussian process models and different things like that and kind of putting everyone to sleep. We coined the term Core DI. Core DI stands for Core Data Intelligence, and it's really the backbone for all of our technology. I'll reference this now moving forward. Where do we come in? How are we different from others in the industry? And really what it is when I started looking at starting this company, you'd notice what you would expect as the data quality increases. So you see that on the x-axis. Price also increases, and that's on the y-axis. And so it leaves these two quadrants, the first quadrant and the fourth quadrant, meaning, the first quadrant is low accuracy, high price. There's a reason no one's there. But there's also an empty quadrant of low price and high data quality. And that's where we come in. We have positioned ourselves here leveraging Core DI, as well as our partnership with the University of Utah to generate research technology. This is where we kind of set ourselves apart. So our technology solution consists of localized maps, dashboards, air quality monitors, and then most importantly, data quality assurance, or Core DI. Here's an example of some of the things that we have here. So on the left side, you see a dashboard, and on the right side, you see a map that's hosted by one of our media partners in Utah. And both of these can be hosted on public-facing websites. The idea here is that anybody in these communities where we've deployed a sensor network can visit these public-facing websites and understand what their air quality is at their specific microclimate. So this could be your home, it could be your children's school, it could be your workplace, but it gives you a real-time perspective of exactly what your air quality is, where you are. So it's reflective of your actual exposure, not just a generalization across the region. This map is also available on our website. If we have a deployment in your area, you'll see this nice Core DI heat map modeling all of the air quality, considering the elevation change and those types of things. If we don't have a deployment in your area, you will see these calibrated data sources in the form of dots. And these data sources are from many partners of ours, including the EPA and some other public available data points. What we do is we run these raw data sources through our model, and then we provide these calibrated dots, basically. Now, the dashboard is where someone would go if they either have one sensor or they have a sensor deployment, and this is where you can kind of make correlations with air quality or air pollution and environmental factors like humidity and temperature, or different pollutants like maybe dust or PM10, ozone, NO2, and how each kind of play off of one another. And then this can also give you an idea of what the pollution sources are. And the bigger part of this is where your calibration factors are also housed as well. And so each calibration factor is unique to each sensor in your network and is traceable back to EPA reference monitors. Now, the monitors themselves consist of a family of what we call AirU products. So it's kind of a play on words for the University of Utah and you as a person. And our latest development is the AirU Pro. So this monitor specifically was designed on a modular platform, allows you to add and remove sensors as maybe your project requirements change or your budget requirements change. Also has full off-grid capabilities by way of solar and cellular, and Laura here shortly. So we have a goal as a company, TELUS, to model the entire United States, at least the populated regions, and apply core DI mapping across the country so everybody in the United States has an opportunity to understand what their microclimates are. And in order to do this, we want to do this by the end of next year. And in order to do this, we need to deploy more sensors, and we also need to deploy more sensor networks. So I encourage you to consider hosting an area you monitor either on your homes or deploying a sensor network in your respective communities. That's all I have. So, and I also encourage you to vote for TELUS on the audience vote. Sorry. You can back up, please.
Thanks, Carl.
You're welcome.
I'm curious to know what kind of traffic, maybe we can use Salt Lake City as an example since you're well incorporated there. What kind of traffic do those websites that host those dashboards and maps get, and what are the kinds of events or other motivators that send members of the public to go check the air quality in their neighborhood?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So our very first hosted map that we ever launched on a public-facing website outside of our own was Salt Lake County Health Department. And Salt Lake County Health Department's average page view, so we request monthly analytics so we can help with these kind of questions, but their average page views was somewhere around 100 a month on their highest page. It was 100 views, and the amount of time spent on that page was somewhere around 15 seconds. When we launched our air view map on their website, the first month it had somewhere around 1,500 views, and the average time spent was 9.5 minutes. So they were just ecstatic. They were like, oh my gosh, this is the most traffic we've ever seen. We did the same thing with Fox 13. It's our media partner in Salt Lake City. They're the news provider for all of the state. They have 1.5 million Facebook people, on their Facebook followers. Sorry, and anyway. So they had something similar where their highest trafficked page was about 4 times less than the page that hosted the map, and again 10 times longer. They stayed on the page 10 times longer than their highest traffic page.
Hey, Carl. Thank you very much. This is very interesting. Are you seeking investment, and what kind of investment are you looking for?
We are. So we closed the Series A in November, and we're going to launch another round of funding in January. We're calling it like a Series A.5 because it's not like a ton of money, but we're going to raise somewhere around $5 million, and it's for scale explicitly. So the earlier we raised about $2.5 million, and that was a lot of development, hiring resources, that kind of thing. Now we're finally at a place where there's very little development that needs to take place, and it's more scale. So a lot of the money will go toward hiring people that we need to support the technology and expand it across the country and then into global regions as well.
Great job, Carl. To build off Mark's question, can you talk a little bit about your deployment plans, for the next year? We've got the Series A.5 round. Where are you going next? What cities? Anything you can speak to on that?
Yeah, so we have a lot of deployments in the pipeline. The EPA has been very nice with providing grant funding for environmental justice efforts, as well as like modeling wildfire smoke and dust events and things like that. So they're just a little slower with getting the money to the partners of ours. But so we have about 10 different deployments that are in the pipeline. They started getting funded this month, actually, and we expect they'll get funded until June. It'll probably go out until about June. Some non-EPA funded projects that we have are like South Bend, Indiana, Kansas City, Missouri. There's just quite a bit all over the place. Aurora, Colorado, we just did 2 weeks ago, and each deployment is relatively different because everybody has different challenges with air pollution. So in Aurora, Colorado, they have a lot of oil and gas operations, and so they're very interested in VOCs, where South Bend is more interested in ozone and dust monitoring. But we have, I mean, to answer your question, I would expect that there's about 20 different deployments that are related to communities. We've also entered the industrial hygiene space, so we have a lot of expansion there. It's actually our fastest growing segment. And then we have a lot of consumer sales through e-commerce, where community members are getting involved in helping expand these sensor networks. The cities will, deploy somewhere around 50 to 200 sensors, and then the community members will recognize that there's maybe a little gap in the heat map, and so they'll deploy one on their house, and it kind of pulls that model across their neighborhood, and everybody gets a chance to benefit from the technology. Yep.
Really quick question. Do you have competition, and what is it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say our biggest competition would be companies like Clarity, Sonoma Tech. So Sonoma Tech's been around for like 40 years, so they have a ton of credibility, but they're incredibly expensive. And then Clarity, they're very similar to other technologies that aren't, I don't want to say they don't do what they say they do, but they kind of don't do what they say they do. They do a great job with PM 2.5, and a lot of companies do a great job with PM 2.5. It's really expanding past PM 2.5 that companies have a problem with. So really anybody that's doing similar things, they're really only doing it for PM 2.5. So they are a competition in some way, shape, or form, but they're not directly competing with the market that we're after. And same with Sonoma Tech. They're very much a big box, very expensive kind of technology, where we've come in, relatively, my monitors are out there on a table and they're about this big. They're very, very small. But because there's so many of them deployed in network, we can get some really good data, up to 98% correlation with the FEMs that are in the region. So hope that answers your question. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Carl. And I'm sure we have all been in a scenario where we're enjoying a lovely day at a big public park, or we're exploring a new city and wandering, getting lost in the streets, and then you got to go, and it's difficult to find a public restroom, let alone a desirable one. So with that, Jess Heiselman, please come on up with Throne.
Awesome. Hello. I'm here with the shittiest idea. I'm Jess Heinzelman. I'm a co-founder and COO of Throne Labs. We were started in June 2020 out of boredom. So we actually don't talk about it much, but our country has a crisis. 200 million Americans use a public restroom every week, and there's only one public restroom for every 12,500 of us. And I know that's hard to get your head around those numbers and what that actually means, but on a per capita basis, that means that we as a country are tied with Botswana. And why is this? And this is where me and my co-founders started. We're like, well, to really make a solution that's going to make a difference, we need to understand why. And the drivers really are three things. Cities are spending $1 million plus to build a single bathroom, and that is primarily driven by the cost of connecting water and sewer. And it's taking years for that planning and permitting, partially because of the cost, right? If you put it in the wrong location, you've just spent $1 million for a bathroom that's not actually delivering value or serving your community. And third, even for those that get opened, cities struggle with the ongoing costs of security and maintenance. I hear all the time cities saying, well, we have restrooms, but we shut them down most of the day because we need to staff them with an attendant, or they get out of control by 10 a.m. And it's those few bad apples that are ruining a public resource for everyone. So we came up with Throne, a smart, cost-effective bathroom that can be placed anywhere and introduces accountability and data to the public restroom landscape. I know this is super exciting. I am excited. And so there are a couple of things that make us special and make this work. One is the flexible placement. We're completely self-contained. Some would call it a porta potty, but it's way more than that. But it has its own freshwater, wastewater tank, despite being really nice inside with a running water sink, flushing toilet, fully plumbed indoor feeling experience. So we can have one of these down in a couple of hours serving the community. Two is accountability and behavioral science. So we're leveraging technology and data to keep people accountable and keep the bathrooms clean. Third, it's cost-effective turnkey solution. So we're using data to inform our servicing so that we know who to send out when. Unlike traditional bathroom operations, whether it's city teams going around and cleaning or portable sanitation companies going around and pumping on a schedule, it doesn't take into account when someone's gone in there and made a mess, and it doesn't take into account what's going on at any given moment. But we actually know that. We're also able to handle high volume use. This picture here is from Cherry Blossoms on the National Mall, one of the most popular events in our country, where we had a line out the door all day. We're also able to have cool, fun exteriors. Some cities like to work with public artists, and we actually wrap the bathroom in public art, which makes it even more fun. And then data analytics. I know I get really nerdy about this, and so wanted to kind of dive a little bit deeper into that. First of all, our pro accountability entry methods. So every single use has a unique user ID attached to it. There are a couple ways that we do this. The most popular is people use their phone, which we all have on us most of the time, to enter using a text message. So the majority of people scan a QR code, it pre-populates a text message, they hit send, the door opens. If they don't have a smartphone, they can text thrown to a number. We also have our mobile app that shows the entire network. So if you need to go and you don't know where to, you can look on the app and it will actually help you navigate there. It also has the ability to see a real-time cleanliness rating that's derived from the last 3 users' cleanliness ratings. And then lastly, we have a tap card, and this is our solution to access issues. Not everybody has a phone, and not everybody has reliable access to a phone. It needs to have power, it needs to have credit, and so we work with cities and nonprofits that work with marginalized groups to distribute tap cards that can be used for entry, but still maintain that accountability. And how this plays out in real world, this is actually an actual message we received. You would be surprised that when you ask people for feedback on the cleanliness of a restroom, the level of detail that they give you. So on the 28th of August in 2022, we got a message saying there's defecation all over the urinal. Our monitors that are on anytime, our physical human monitors that are looking out after the system, our 21 sensors that are on board and collecting that real-time user feedback, they were able to shut down that throne, take it offline, so only that one person had to see that disgusting mess. We sent out our cleaners, they took care of it, and in this case it was very clear from the data which use that had happened in because of when it had been cleaned and a number of other things that we look at, and we were actually able to restrict access for that user. So next time that user came to use a throne, instead of defecating in the urinal again, they could not open the door. And then I think this part is really cool too, like just the ability to use the data that we're collecting to help with planning and making sure that bathrooms are where they're needed most. So we have 3 thrones in Fairfax, Virginia. One is right next to City Hall in the downtown area. One is in a very popular active park. And the third one is just down the street from a service center that works with unhoused people but closes at 3. They thought, let's put it down the street from that. People that are suffering from being unhoused can use it all day. Turns out no one sticks around after 3. And we were able to see after a month, after a number of attempts at educating people about the throne's location, how to use it, we were still only getting anywhere from 1 to 7 uses a day, more like average of 3 uses a day. And we were able to say to the city, hey, would you like to move this and try it at another location where it might actually provide more value to the community. And so right now we're working with them to identify that next spot. And then we are currently, because we do our own operations at this point, that plans to change that in the future, but we work market by market. We are live in the DMV, so the DC metropolitan area, as well as we just launched with LA Metro, one of the largest transit systems in the US in LA. And no matter where you go, people love us. The advocates, the electeds, and the business community that usually gets stuck with the price tag of providing, free retail bathrooms that are not equitably accessible. So yeah, I'm standing up here today excited to meet people. We are in those 2 markets now, and we're looking to partner with 2 to 3 other new markets in 2024, and we need a minimum of 15 thrones to launch in a new geography. And we actually just signed with the city of Ann Arbor this past Monday. So I guess we're now looking for 1 to 2 partners for 2024. And that is it. I will take some questions.
Thank you, Jess.
Sure.
It occurs to me that these will be very popular for events as well. Is that part of your growth strategy, or is that part of what you're offering now as well?
It's part of our growth strategy. We're still very young and lean, and so the person power that it takes to service the logistics of that, we don't have yet, but it's definitely something there is great interest in.
And each of these is a self-contained 1-bathroom unit, correct? It's not a stall.
No, it is self-contained.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Jess. Very exciting. I'm not exactly clear what the business model is. Are you looking to work with cities and effectively charge cities for this, or are you looking to have some private placement with companies, concert, and so forth?
No, so currently our model is to land with a large municipal or transit or Parks and Rec customer where they would pay. I think I was talking to a transit agency the other day, and they have $1 million set aside for the next 15 years to build a bathroom every year, which will take them 15 years to get to that. And they're like, you're telling me that next year we could have 15 down and not have the operational overhead in addition. So we're price competitive if you actually do the math, and we take the burden off of the operational staff. So it's, we're not having an additional burden of hiring more employees to then be able to service the bathrooms.
Great job. Just a logistical question. How fast was that bathroom cleaned?
That one was probably cleaned within 2 hours. So we have a service level agreement that we clean within 4 hours between the times of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. And we aim for 2.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if Riot just enjoys working with bathroom-related startups, but I'll share one more quickly. We work with a company called Intake Health that does hydration monitoring at the toilet. So just a couple weeks ago, we did a big event here at the convention center, and they actually set up their hydration sensors in the urinals in the convention center bathrooms. So unfortunately, we didn't have those to show off today, but capabilities like that integrated with drone would be pretty interesting. All right, so fourth up, Mr. John Stark with My Matter. We're staying with the waste management theme, but going in a bit of a different direction. I think waste management done well kind of, fades into the background. Your trash bins on the street are accessible when needed, but not noticeably overflowing or dirty. What I think is great about what My Matter is working on is they're actually turning waste management into an interesting upside, a chance for communities to really showcase their sustainability values and kind of offer an interesting conversation point around smart technology. So with that, John Stark, please come on up.
Well, if Throne... Microphones. Well, if Throne had a shitty idea, I have a trashy one. Hi, I'm John Stark, founder and CEO of My Matter. We have a mission to increase recycling efficiency. Good. So, recycling efficiency has stalled in the United States for the last 2 decades. And with poor recycling, it has an increase in landfill use, which is the 3rd largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Because of bad recycling, valuable material is lost to landfills. It's hard to pinpoint the number, but there's estimates between $7 and $11 billion worth of materials are being thrown into landfills in the U.S. every year. And because of rising waste management costs, many organizations are shutting down their recycling programs altogether. So our solution is the next generation of smart waste container. This device uses AI to automatically identify and sort waste at the source of disposal, creating a cleaner, profitable, and more efficient waste stream. How it works is someone discards an item into the device, it takes a picture. From there, the AI model makes a decision per the customer guidelines for that jurisdiction on how they want that waste sorted. The waste goes into, right now we've got 2 bins, and from there we have fullness detection sensors to monitor the fullness of the bins and provide feedback via our dashboard to collection crews to prevent container overflow. Additionally, we have an embedded display screen so users who throw things away, they can see if that item was trash or recycling. And then also there's a counter on there that says how many items this unit has seen and how much it's diverted from the landfill. I had a lot of fun making this slide with ChatGPT. So we have 3 major values that we're looking to add. We're saving the planet, we're increasing recycling efficiency, trash to cash. Valuable material is being thrown away into trash cans and you are losing money there. So you can recover that money, you can recover that material and properly sell it. And then data-driven improvement, from all the pictures we're taking, it is able to help improve operations and also able to supply information that can help meet ESG goals. There are millions of waste containers in the United States. In this room alone, there are 6. And these containers back here, each of them is $1,000. So you're looking at $6,000. Did I do the math right? Yeah. $6,000 of waste containers in this room alone. And most public waste containers are between $2,000 to $4,000. There are smart waste containers on the market, Big Belly Solar. You might see them in the financial district here. And those are about $6,000. We have the affordable and customizable solution. Customizable in the size, its appearance, and then also the AI decision-making process. Now, with our business model, it's a sort of a 3-step process. The first step is help organizations understand their recycling efficiency. And it's not just on a large level, but on a granular level. Each waste container that you have in this room, there is a recycling efficiency associated with it. From there, we'll provide our solution, and then we'll have continuing engagement with our data plan and service contracts. Similar to the toilets, we can help organizations tell people if you're not having your waste containers being utilized properly, move it somewhere else so you capture more waste. I really liked what Carl said about microclimate. We look at micro waste data. So we're looking at the source of disposal, and no one is doing this right now unless you're going to do a waste audit, which is costly, dumpster diving, very laborious. And we're capturing an image of everything that's being discarded, and we know what's being thrown away, when and where. This is all helping improve policy, packaging, and can be used also for improved marketing and education. Wow, that color really got messed up. It was not supposed to be yellow. Anyway, there is competition out there. There always is. But there's different levels of competition. We've got the dumb waste containers, what you see in the room here. And that's typically, they just, collect waste. There's no feedback. Then you have emerging new technology. Big Belly Solar has been around for a while, but they just focus on solar power and trash compaction. There's no sorting. There's no identification. And now we've got waste identifiers and automatic waste sorters. And we've got the fastest one out there and the most affordable solution. So we went to market in March of this year, and the organizations you've seen on the screen, we've either piloted or sold units to. I'm happy to say that we recently got our second deal with Coca-Cola Consolidated and are working on a third one to deploy into stadiums in January of this year. But these organizations all have waste containers, all have issues with their recycling efficiency, and we've been able to help them understand what their waste system looks like at that micro level. The team right now, we have a core team. There's one full-time person right now. Hi. And I've thankfully got two really great other members of the team. And we are looking to expand our team right now to get more sales and marketing and operations help. Now, we've got a great support team. Interns are wonderful. But we are really looking to expand that core team. And yeah, so I have an ask, and my ask is if you know someone or you want to improve your recycling efficiency, please contact me. I would very much like to help just improve your systems. And we're planning to launch our solar-powered version in 2024. So please use the QR codes on the screen if you want to connect with me. And thank you for your time. All right, judges, let's talk trash. All right, I'm done now. All right, so I may have missed this earlier. I'd like to think that, I'm smart with my waste. I put recycling where it should be. Barry, on the other hand, I'm not so sure. Can you tell me what the average, amount of waste being put, sorted incorrectly is for the average person? It depends. So it really just depends. If you have, most people are good with cans and bottles if they've been given that option. But then again, I've been to High Point University. They've got beautiful waste containers, but it's just a hodgepodge. The number that most people give is, conventional sorting is 30%. The graph I had at the very beginning shows that the most municipal waste has stopped around that 32-ish%. We have accuracies up to 90%, but it truly just depends on what the waste stream looks like. Okay. And the waste is sorted, piece by piece. It's not, Yeah. So this is one of those big challenges where we have a system right here that actually says we're adding new words on here that say one item at a time. It's best with one item at a time. However, we can take multiple items. We know people are just going to throw that armful of stuff away sometimes, and we work with our customers to say, how do you want this sorted if this happens? A great example is the University of South Carolina, because the next step of their process on their campus, they're actually doing some sorting. So they're already getting a cleaner stream from our solution, and they're able to handle some contamination, but they want to capture that value from those bottles and cans. Thank you. Great job. Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation, John. Can you talk a little bit about some of the complicating factors that might cause an item to be mis-sorted? And is it common practice, like it is at USC, for there to be another sort of backup sorting that happens afterward?
Yeah, so the life cycle, when we look at recycling, to simplify it, you've got containers, you've got haulers, the material recovery facilities, MRFs, and then you've got the people who will take that material and then make new products. That's really simplified. City of Greensboro, they've got waste containers along their main streets, and Republic Services comes around, picks that up, takes it to their MRF. Republic Services wants clean material to make sure that it's easier on their systems. So that's a very key component for them. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, actually, I'm curious to know if there's, and maybe this is a bit of misinformation that I have. For example, if I were to recycle this cup, but it had like the residue of like a milkshake or a smoothie still inside it, how does that work?
It depends. So really, first of all, the cup you might have, it might say, hey, this has been made from recycled material. Doesn't mean the cup is recyclable, because there could be a liner on the inside. Clemson University is a great example where they have Starbucks coffee cups, and the clear ones, they are not recyclable. Even if there is, the technical term is goop, in the container that we have, even if that's in there, it depends. In the case of Clemson, they don't want to have those cups, even if there was no goop in them, because they are not properly recyclable through their system. So there's a lot of information, because as I said, we're capturing all this data to help also educate and say, look, producers, here are areas that cannot use your product. Yep.
A lot going through my mind. There's a lot of trash in my mind right now. Thank you very much. Goop is a great term. So the things that kind of come to my mind is more related to who the true customer of your product is. There seems to be a couple of problems that you're solving. If you had to rate and just say, hey, I'm going to be concentrating on one, which one would that be and why?
Yeah, that's been the learning lesson the last couple months. We were doing a lot of work with municipalities and universities, easy to get in contact with waste managers, sustainability managers. What we're realizing now is the people who really benefit from this are really the waste haulers, such as Waste Management, Republic, GFL. There's a company called Check Sammy, and they're on-demand waste removal, and they love this solution, and we're looking to partner with them because they want to own the entire waste collection process, cradle to grave, and the data behind it as well, because they've got customers who have huge issues with having proper sorting, and Check Sammy and these waste collection companies, they want the clean material. But also Coca-Cola. I mean, they really are putting a lot of, and I guess Pepsi and the other bottling companies are putting a lot of effort into avoiding PR nightmares. So we really thought that, hey, university municipalities are great and they love it. The municipalities we work with really want our solar powered version. But when it comes to sales cycles right now, we're focusing on the waste haulers and some also bottling companies. We're also in manufacturing plants as well, BMW. Yeah. Good? All right, thank you. Yep.
Thank you, John. Last but not least, efficiency is something that we all look for in government services. Sometimes it's not, the typical thing that we think of when we need to work with. Yeah, Dave's like, what do you mean? Yeah, in a panel earlier today, we talked about corporations and governments as being big and slow. Not my words, it was theirs. But that's why I think partnering with startups like Acta Solutions can help big established entities to move more nimbly and to provide great service and create great service interactions all around. Great for the employees and great for the customers. So with that, Pavani Perry, please come on up and tell us about Acta Solutions.
Y'all are troopers. I know I'm the last one, so I'll keep it quick. Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Pavani. I'm a co-founder of Acta Solutions, and we make it easy for local governments to provide consistent customer service faster and easier. Awesome. So I just wanted to introduce our team because team is so important to us. So we are the perfect team to be working with local governments on customer service. My co-founder, Ty, serves on the current Chapel Hill Town Council. I've worked in local government and economic development, and my co-founder, Andrew, is built for the public sector during his time as a software engineer at Amazon. We started as a team of 3, and now we're a team of 6, and I'm super happy to keep growing our team. So I want to set the stage for the problem here. So COVID-19 really forced governments to digitize their services. Now, who here is part of a government organization? Can I see hands? Yeah. And how many meetings have you sat in where you talk about strategic initiatives about improving the customer experience? Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, I want to see hands. Exactly. I see like 3 hands over here from one person. And so when we talked to 200 local governments across the country during our customer discovery phase 2 years ago, we found that these strategic initiatives existed in a cloud, right? Like high above on Mount Olympus, and government departments really didn't understand how to operationalize this, right? So if I'm a permit technician or a procurement analyst or a building inspector, and a customer requires me to educate them on the process, what does it mean to deliver a smooth customer experience? And so on the flip side of that, local government staff was spending upwards of 60% reading and responding to customer inquiries, or helping customers when they came into a walk-in, or spending hours on the phone with them, unsure of if they actually got the information they needed to be successful. And so we found this incomplete and inconsistent information that's transacted during customer service interactions is frustrating for both the customer and the staff person. And that's where our solution comes in. So ACTA is a customer help desk that sits in staff's email inbox and stores a knowledge base of customer support information that staff can use to respond to customer inquiries faster and easier with consistent information. So over here to the left, you see we integrated in a solution y'all use 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, if not more. And we store all of your standard operating procedures in one place so you can easily leverage them whenever a customer calls, walks in, or emails into the department. And I run the customer success operations over at ACTA, so I'm obsessed with our customers. These are 3 of our customers and their data reports. We also provide department heads with metrics on who's spending time providing customer service. What issues do your customers have when they go through accessing one of your services? And more importantly, how much time are you saving and money are you saving by using our solution? Here's a splice of our customers: Tampa, City of Greenville, Winston-Salem, 3 very different customers. As you can see, Tampa saved in 1 year $106,000 using our solution because they increased efficiency and increased their bottom line revenue by delivering more permits during that year. And so, like I said, I'm obsessed with our customers. So the value we create for our customers is clear. The town of Morrisville was actually one of our first customers, so we're super excited to have them. And the city of Raleigh, I think, was either first or second. And I wanted to focus on 2 quotes in this slide. The first is from the Maricopa County Elections Department, which is highly contentious, but it's been a great time. So ACTA reduced our response time from 5 days to under 5 minutes. Our county has mandated that other departments use the solution because of the results we've seen from using ACTA. Our most recent customer that we've onboarded has been Long Beach, California, their Office of Climate Action. So we've helped them stand up their mulch delivery and street and tree planting programs, and has increased their operational efficiency so they can focus on higher value responsibilities. The reason I kept this slide in here is just to show you that our NPS score is 95 among our users. As you can see, it's a very easy to use solution, and the average government employee does not want to learn something that's super complicated. We do not want to put you through something that's super complicated. And so most of our sales have come from peer referrals, actually. And then here's a quick slide of a few of our customers. We have 35 across the country. I just want to pause here and see if you have any questions about how any of these customers are using these solutions, especially from government folks in the room. Also, I'd like to shout out Raleigh and Morrisville at this time. Any questions about how anybody is using it? Point to a customer. Greensboro, yeah. So we're actually working with the Greensboro Planning and Development Department, and their biggest use case is in their field services and recycling and solid waste team, actually. And so they get a lot of questions about permitting for planning for all of this solid waste and commercial services. And so they use us to make sure that each customer gets the same information regardless of how they're communicating with the department. We're also in their planning department. So as you know, Greensboro has tried for a long time to consolidate their planning efforts, and we're a big part of their strategic planning and operationalizing their customer experience.
Raleigh.
Raleigh, yes, Raleigh. So our point of contact, Karen Ray, I don't know if you know her, she's just got moved up to the city manager's office, I think, like this week. So we are in their training and learning team, their planning team, and their permit tech team. So they use us whenever anybody has a question about a permit, how to get a permit, if they need a permit, how to schedule an inspection, navigate that lovely EnerGov portal y'all have. They use our solution to provide the customer service on all of those operations. And we're expanding that contract, and we have a procurement vehicle. So if anybody here from the city of Raleigh is interested, it's just, it's no cost for you to add on to your solution at this point. Any other questions about any of these customers?
Chatham County.
Chatham, yes. So we're in their, sorry, I'm excited about all of them. We're in their county clerk's office and their also development services team. So their county clerk, I mean, Chatham County is a booming county, right, with VinFast and other organizations that are coming in and forcing growth upon like a bootstrapped, handicapped department and municipality. So their county clerk needs to maintain high levels of internal coordination as they grow. And so they use us more for internal communications, make sure that everyone has the most up-to-date processes and training. So then whenever a customer calls in, regardless of which department it is, they have the information they need to make sure that they can be successful in the county. I can do probably one more. And Dublin, Ohio. Yeah, my boy Brad. Dublin, Ohio is a growing suburb city type, so we're also in their planning and development services department. They recently stood up a permitting portal called Acela, and they found that, you know, as their service becomes increasingly digital, they need to communicate with their customer in an accessible, plain language way. And they found that if one staff person was communicating with their customer, it sounded completely different than if another staff person communicated with that same customer, and that resulted in a lot of problems when it came to building a building that, you know, had different interpretation of the code and stuff like that. And so they use us to consistently communicate with the customer each and every time they're faced with that point of communication. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think my biggest ask is if you're with the city here, would love to talk to you, especially if you're in a department that's not development services, to learn more about how y'all do customer service and how we can help you operationalize those strategic initiatives on delivering a good customer experience. Thanks, everybody. Oh, yeah, questions.
Maybe we don't have any.
Whoa.
No, I do. I actually have three. I'm kind of thinking, should I ask all three at once? That'll be question number 4, I guess. I think more important for me is your solution always customized? And then if it is, how long does it take to customize it?
Yeah, so we provide the infrastructure for governments to put in their standard operating procedures. So over our 35 customers, we've built a marketplace of standard operating procedures that follow a pattern of what governments are most likely to need to deliver a good customer service. So our implementation time, we say 0 to power user in 1 week. So they're onboarded, it takes 10 minutes to push the Outlook add into their inbox, and then we have 2 trainings. And we give them a marketplace of customer support information to choose from and processes, and then that becomes their knowledge base. And it's a living, breathing customer support tool, so as your employees find other use cases, they can just add it easily through the portal, and it becomes a part of everybody's toolkit.
Pavani, what's the range of integrations that you have with various software, communication software?
Yeah, so our first integration was with Outlook because we found that that's the tool that everybody has. We just released our Chrome extension, so there's a lot of softwares out there like your public request information softwares, your permit portals where you're leaving similar comments to the customer at various points in your interaction. And so we have offered a similar offering that's available that you can use in any web app that governments use. So to create board docs, I know that's a huge pain point, communicating with your advisory boards, putting together agendas, leaving plan review comments on permit applications, etc. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much to all 5 of our awesome startups. Let's give it up one more time for all the pitchers. So as someone who was born and raised in Durham, did school in Chapel Hill, and now lives and works and plays in Raleigh in the region, I have really loved this concept of Triangle Plus and how we can think and act more collaboratively together.
And I think startups are a really important ingredient of that. Again, the panel that talked about government sometimes being big and slow, their big takeaway was to partner with organizations that can be more nimble. And oftentimes that is entrepreneurs. They will make it happen. Riot is around to facilitate those partnerships if that's interesting to anyone in the room. And I want to thank the City of Raleigh for recognizing the important part that entrepreneurs have in this ecosystem and giving them a big spot on stage today. So thank you so much, City of Raleigh. Now, the fun part where you all get to cast your vote. So if you'll scan this QR code, you can vote on your favorite pitch of the afternoon through the survey tool that we've been using all day today. We're not going to tell you the results just yet, so make sure you put your vote in, and we're about to get an exciting demo from Dell. And then to close us out today, we're going to come back, announce the audience vote winner, and then the judges are going to deliberate and also decide on who is the lucky winner of the $1,000 pitch prize this afternoon. So make sure you grab this code, vote on your favorite out of the 5 startups. And with that, that's all from us this afternoon. I'm going to go deliberate with the judges and hand it back off to Tom Snyder to steer the ship. So thank you guys so much.
All right, thanks. Let's give these startups another round of applause. Fantastic stuff. All right, I'm going to just leave that QR code up there for a few moments later, but I think next on the agenda is to bring our AI forward. So I actually don't know the whole procedure here, but who's driving is... We're just driving from the back. There he is. I see him at the back there. All right, we'll give him a moment to set up. But the goal here is to do a little bit of interaction, as was talked about this morning. So we're going to get the AI up. We're going to have an opportunity to interact, to engage, to see what these virtual assistants and things might start to look like. That'll give us some time for those judges to deliberate. Then we're going to come back after this short section with a little bit of some of the readouts from the activities from earlier today. So if you chose room A and you want to know what happened in room B, we're going to hear a little bit about that back and forth. We're going to announce a winner, and then we're going to have more time to network and to engage and have a little bit of a social. So with that, Bill, I'll have you come back up and lead us. All right, into the AI.
That's right. All right. Can everybody spell AI? Okay, after a long day today, it's probably IA or IE. Let's get out of here. No. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit and have some couple examples of Clara, those of you saw this morning. Some of the comments that I've heard and seen is, oh my gosh, this is scary. Okay? Well, it really doesn't have to be scary. It is a tool, another tool that you can use to provide information, get information, exchange information. And again, remember, it's an application that you can put the guardrails on. Okay? It's not just going to go out like some of the Chat GPT and you ask this wild question and you get information. Okay? You're going to be able to establish the parameters to protect yourself and protect and add the governance criteria that you need for your organization. One quick example was, I guess it was a week ago or 10 days ago, somebody was asking Clara a joke about a competitor. And she answered it. However, between those 10 days ago and today, that answer no longer exists. Why? A guardrail was put on there so that, no, we don't want to be asking questions about competitors or necessarily any information that would be derogatory, because remember, this person, digital human, Clara, Sophia, Aaron, Adam, whoever it is your brand ambassador, right? So if they're your brand ambassador, you want them to effectively espouse your brand. Positive, complimentary, in the right means of what is the outcome? If the outcome is to provide, like we saw the city of Amarillo, they wanted something that could give them AI assistant to the CIO for services offered throughout the city of Amarillo. And this was in Amarillo was implemented about, let's see, about 60, 75 days ago. So it was a joint effort with Dell and the city of Amarillo, utilizing Clara as the base point, and they decided to call their human digital or digital human a different name. That's fine. Call her whatever you want. When you're talking, she asks you what your name is, or you can type your name in. So there is some personalization stuff that you can do. So we'll go through a couple demos. Kyle has Clara's microphone so that we don't get a lot of different odd noises and things, and she starts listening to 4 or 5 people talk. We have a microphone set up for Clara so that Kyle can ask the question into it, or bring it to you if you want to ask the question, and then we'll let Clara to do it. Again, this is a learning process for Clara, a learning process for all of us, and bless you. The challenge is with any AI, if you ask a real long question, it's got to look for more information, right? So you may be expecting a response in a couple seconds. It's a computer, right? Well, no, it's got to say, okay, now how am I going to answer this question? What information do I have? And it's going to come back in a relatively quick time. But the longer the question, the slower it might come back, because there's more information they're going to give you. Okay, just natural language processing. So, Kyle, you want to ask the first question to Clara?
Hey, Clara, what are some of the top use cases for AI and local government municipalities?
Uh-oh, technical difficulty, but not Clara. The computer.
Hi, Raleigh. My name is Clara. I can answer questions or make a recommendation. Is there anything I can help with?
Hey, Clara, what are some of the top use cases for AI and local government municipalities?
So you see the answer is quite long, but she will start it here a second. She's processing it.
Hi, Raleigh. AI has several potential use cases in local government municipalities. Some examples include 1. Smart city management. AI can help optimize energy consumption, traffic management, waste management, and public safety systems. 2. Citizen services. Chatbots powered by AI can assist citizens with inquiries, provide information about services, and automate routine tasks like scheduling appointments or issuing permits. 3. Data analysis. AI algorithms can analyze vast amounts of data to identify patterns and trends for better decision-making in areas such as urban planning, social services, or infrastructure development. 4. Predictive maintenance. By leveraging machine learning models on equipment sensors and historical data, municipalities can predict maintenance needs for critical infrastructure like water supply systems or transportation fleets. 5. Public safety enhancement.
Okay, long question, long answer, right? So a lot of information, but the information again is based on what we talked about earlier today, GIGO. Okay, garbage in, garbage out. So the information she brought in was based on the information that's in her databases and system, or if she's integrated to other databases, it'll pull from that database. Now let's talk about something that's very simple, talk about a laptop.
Hey, Clara, I'm a work-from-home user. What laptop would you recommend for me?
Hi, Raleigh. As a work-from-home user, I recommend the new Inspiron 16 laptop. It offers a balance of performance and portability. With its 16-inch touch display, you'll have ample screen real estate for multitasking. The powerful Intel Core i7 processor ensures smooth performance, while the 1 TB SSD provides fast storage for your files. Its sleek design and long battery life make it ideal for remote work.
Again, we see it's integrated. Okay, so what do you want to integrate it to? What other additional information? Here in this selection, it might be maybe you have an internal process for employees to order a computer, and they say, well, what computer am I allowed to have as X person? That computer comes up boom, you could have an order button there. They order that from the IT department or whatever it may be.
All right, Clara, how do I pay my utility bill in the town of Mooresville?
I apologize for any confusion, but as a product genius for Dell Computers, I specialize in providing information and recommendations related to Dell Computers and technology. I don't have specific knowledge about utility bill payments in the town of Mooresville or any other locality. For assistance with paying your utility bill in Mooresville, I recommend contacting the local government office or utility provider directly. They will be able to provide you with accurate and up-to-date information on how to pay your utility bill.
Okay, now that's some information just raw in there. Good question, great question. But if it was in your organization, of course, that information would be in your database, right? They would know exactly who to call, or maybe you integrate it to a web page where they can go pay it right then. Okay, how do you want to do it? It's very, very flexible. Again, it is a digital human, okay, artificial intelligence utilizing the sub-gen AI, okay, generative AI. So it is artificial intelligence. So just remember, generative AI is, yes, a new technology, but it's not AI as a whole. AI has been around for many years. This is just another digital input tool. We have a question in the back. Okay, Kyle will come back in just a minute. So this could be, like I said, any digital human image can be created. Dell is constantly improving this based on their own internal side. We are going with a lot of digital and a lot of automated processes within Dell, because we have approximately 120-some thousand salespeople and associates that need information on a regular basis. And you have to have a lot of people to service those, right? So a digital assistant for Dell would answer a lot of internal questions, especially when it comes to self-help IT stuff that we do. Right now, when we have a self-help challenge, we can chat with an IT person. Well, we could chat with Claire, and Claire could give us that information other than getting administrative privileges or something like that, but general processes. I'm sorry, your question.
Claire, what is the opposite of up?
The opposite of up is down.
One more question. What's the healthiest diet to make it to 90?
While I can provide general information on healthy diets, it's important to note that individual health and longevity are influenced by various factors. A balanced diet that includes a variety of nutritious foods is generally recommended for overall well-being. Consider incorporating plenty of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, lean proteins such as fish or poultry, and healthy fats like those found in nuts or avocados. It's also crucial to stay hydrated and limit processed foods, added sugars, and excessive salt intake. As always, consulting with a healthcare professional or registered dietitian can offer personalized guidance based on your specific needs and goals.
And that's what's going to change over the number of years as we go, as the application developers start developing the code to be able to answer those subjective questions by maybe choice or, number of other options. So we don't know. This being a new technology, it's going to change. It's going to evolve. The unfortunate thing is it's evolving weekly instead of yearly. Question over here.
What is the definition of a virtual power plant, and how can residents in our communities be able to participate in that?
A virtual power plant VPP is a network of decentralized energy resources, such as solar panels, wind turbines, and battery storage systems, that are connected and coordinated to function as a unified power plant. It allows for the aggregation of these distributed energy resources to provide grid services like load balancing or demand response. Residents and communities can participate in VPPs by installing their own renewable energy systems such as rooftop solar panels or utilizing smart home devices that enable demand response capabilities. By connecting these individual resources to a central control system managed by the VPP operator, residents can contribute excess electricity back to the grid or adjust their consumption patterns based on grid needs. This participation helps optimize energy generation and usage while promoting sustainability and resilience within the community.
Again, we're doing a lot of general type questions, so they may not be as specific for you, so there may be a more specific answer that you would like to have, so maybe it's a shorter question, but the main thing is your data is going to drive it. So your data, the guardrails that you put around it are going to protect you from your brand and your customers. Other question?
What Linux laptop would you recommend for a home user, professional home user?
For a professional home user, I recommend the Precision 5550 mobile workstation as an excellent Linux laptop option. It is specifically designed for professionals who require high-performance computing capabilities. With its powerful processors, ample memory and storage options, and dedicated graphics card, it can handle demanding tasks such as software development, data analysis, or graphic design with ease. The Precision series also offers reliable build quality and comprehensive support from Dell to ensure a smooth experience for professional users running Linux operating systems.
Okay, I think we have a question over here first. He's been patiently waiting. So anyway, after today's discussion, the keynote, other discussions, do you understand the difference between artificial intelligence and generative AI, Gen AI? Okay? Most important, because there's going to be a lot of news cycles and a lot of information put out there on Gen AI. Again, unless it applies to you, it's a lot of noise. You have to first understand, even in Gen AI, what is your objective? Customer service, providing information of, what kind of information? How do you get it? Where do you get it from? Question?
Clara, how can AI help the President of the United States and the United States military?
Well, that'd be interesting. Again, do we have politics?
As an AI language model, I can provide general information on how individuals can serve in the United States military to support their country. If you are interested in helping the President of the United States through military service, here are a few steps you can consider. 1. Research, gather information about different branches of the U.S. military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and determine which one aligns with your interests and skills. 2. Contact a recruiter. Reach out to a local recruiter from your chosen branch to discuss eligibility requirements, available roles, and enlistment options. 3. Assess qualifications. The military has specific criteria for physical fitness, education level, medical conditions, and background checks that must be met for.
Again, probably internal guardrail from political type of things. Where does your brand need, how do they need to handle that? So again, don't be afraid of using generative AI, but again, understand what the outcome is. It's no different than any other AI.
But, that's the power of it, right? That we can actually, because I've heard worked at Google. He said that we can, as human beings, can control the rules that we write in our AI systems. So there could be limits, like in this situation. So I can't go to ChatGPT and say, how do I develop a bomb? It won't, So that's the good thing, but the bad thing is that the AI can be weaponized if it gets in the wrong hands. So it's used the other way.
Yeah, AI or digital human AI is no different than the human being making those rash decisions. Okay, making the decision to kill somebody, making the decision to steal, making those unique decisions of each individual. Well, the AI person is going to be no different. Okay, just remember it's a tool, and as long as you have the right governance to your policies and your organization's requirements, Gen AI should be very well for you. Okay, so don't be afraid of AI, but remember AI has been around for 10 years or longer in doing a lot of good things. So don't think Gen AI is the same thing as AI. Gen AI is a version. So those people that are saying, oh, I'm scared, I'm afraid, well, just remember that AI is out there doing a lot of things today, especially in the healthcare field. Okay? Looking at x-rays or MRIs and diagnosing diseases, utilizing Gen AI or using AI itself in providing the information feedback. It's important. It can save your life. All right? And I have a personal testament to that is utilizing medical AI was able to determine a renal carcinoma on my kidney through a back MRI. The AI was able to determine that I had some other anomaly. So with further investigation, they found a anomaly on my kidney. So AI can be very beneficial. Okay? It just has to have the right governance, policies, guardrails, and so forth, and it's up to you and the organization to determine that.
Hey, Clara, what are the risks to generative AI?
Generative AI, like any technology, comes with certain risks that need to be considered. Here are a few potential risks associated with generative AI. 1. Bias and discrimination. Generative AI models learn from existing data, which can include biased or discriminatory information. If not carefully monitored and controlled, these biases can be perpetuated and amplified by the generated content. 2. Misinformation and deepfakes. Generative AI has the potential to create convincing fake images, videos, or text that can be used for spreading misinformation or creating deepfake content. 3. Privacy concerns. The use of generative AI may involve collecting and processing personal data. There is a risk of privacy breaches if proper safeguards are not in place to protect sensitive information.
So that's a quick demo. Any other thoughts or questions? We have another question over here. Apologize. And then one over on the left.
Thank you. I'm Subba Reddy from Morrisville. I'm the Smart City Advisory Committee Chair. So I have a quick question. What are the best solutions you would recommend for the mental health treatment for the current generation? And what is your opinion using the meditation and yoga to treat these mental health issues?
That'll be a good test. Long one. She's got to think about it. Let's see if the database has that information. It'll have something. I can guarantee you that.
As a product genius for Dell Computers, I specialize in providing information and recommendations related to Dell technology. While I can't provide specific solutions for mental health treatment or offer personal opinions on meditation and yoga, I can tell you that many individuals find these practices beneficial for their mental well-being. Meditation and yoga have been shown to reduce stress, promote relaxation, improve focus, and enhance overall emotional well-being. They are often used as complementary approaches alongside traditional mental health treatments. However, it's important to note that everyone's needs are unique when it comes to mental health support. For the best solutions regarding mental health treatment for the current generation, I recommend consulting with healthcare professionals such as therapists or psychiatrists who specialize in this field. They can provide
Okay. Go ahead. Question?
So I have a question for you. This is a little bit about the semantics of AI versus machine learning overarching AI arena from what I feel many people are fearing is the conscious, sort of sentient AI that would be iRobot or Terminator, something like that.
RoboCop, Skynet. Tough question, because I don't. Again, people are looking at AI and they're looking at generative AI being AI today. That's it. This is AI. No, AI's been around. So from their perspective, what is the outcome? How do you provide that comfort? Again, understanding that it's still humans writing the program or the information behind it. So depending on the policies that exist, what guardrails you put in, you just have to utilize those guardrails and information to educate the customer and educate those people. It's going to be tough over the next couple of years, because unfortunately a lot of organizations don't know what they don't know about AI yet, okay, and about generative AI. And it's going to be dangerous in some ways. It's going to be very confusing in some ways. It's going to be very counterproductive in some ways. New government policies coming out that say we need to protect those images so that we can validate that image as being true. How do you do that? The government says, well, we'll use watermark technology. Watermark technology can be compromised, and the AI can create its own watermark. And so when it gets to the individual, it has a watermark, but is it a true watermark? So is the data correct, even though it says it's correct? So there's going to be a lot of discussions, and already has been, of how do we validate the information from an image or the data. And there's other technologies out there that will provide those guardrails and that protection by looking at an image deeper into pixels and depth of field and other things outside of the watermark. Okay, the watermark is not the all answer, even though it's being stipulated that that's the way the images need to be today, is going to start having to have watermarks. There's got to be other technology, because the watermark is already compromised because of AI, its own thing, all right? So how do you protect it? How do you do that deep dive investigation to further validate it? Those are things that are going to continually evolve over the next few years, maybe a few months, the way things are turning. But I would say a few years, because, again, adoption is going to be slow in some arenas. You'll see Clara and other forms of Clara from a digital assistant be integrated a lot faster than more intrusive AI potentially. But remember, this is only one part of, and it's an expansion of deep learning and machine learning, which is also a part of AI. So where is AI being used today? Healthcare, autonomous driving, water sensors and technology to monitor those sensors. AI is used with those sensors in a sensor fusion. Maybe it's a combination of video, or maybe it's just the signals we're getting from multiple sensors. AI can determine and make a more realistic prediction of what is occurring. So AI is being used all of the time for great benefits. And without it, I think we would have more problems in production and manufacturing, because we use computer vision in manufacturing all the time. You know, as Coca-Cola or some of these guys fill a bottle going across the line, AI is looking at that and say, okay, did they all get filled, all right, to the top? You know, are there any cracks in the bottles? Okay, AI has to do that, because a human can't do it fast enough to, it makes it counterproductive if you're relying on a human to do it, so AI has got to do it. So machine learning, or AI, machine learning, putting the algorithms, and then deep learning, learning the algorithms, is the first step before Gen AI. But then again, remember, all day long I've talked about GIGO, all right? Garbage in, garbage out. So if you want an output like this, as you see, what is the output you want? What's the outcome? What are you going to use it for? And what's the validity of the data that you're putting in? If that's all been taken care of, then your output is going to be fine and you're going to meet your outcome. Okay? But remember, we talked all day today, what is the outcome? Why are you doing it? It's no different than putting a video camera in there for safety security. A lot of people just put the camera, okay, we want one at this door, one at that door, you know, one down this hallway, one down that hallway. But you have to ask yourself is, why? Why are you putting that camera there? When you go back to that video recording, what kind of data do you want to see? Do you want to see the color of his shirt or the color of his eyes? Or do you want to see just the color of the vehicle, or you want to see the license plate? Those are all different workloads or different fields of view, which may require multiple cameras or a different position of a camera. So just a simple thing, putting a camera up, why? Why are you doing that? Same thing with the data. Why? What's the outcome? Any other question? Yes.
So Jim, I want to, I'm going to try a question here. One of the challenges that I've found, and I've heard others speak of when they're interacting with chatbots and other things, is this kind of difference between kind of guidelines and hard, fast rules. And software tends to follow rules. So I want to ask you a question to see how it reacts to something where I'm at, where I might have a real situation calling and looking for like some human judgment.
Well, I think the AI is going to be based on how you ask the question. So let's do that.
So let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Hi, Clara. Last night I got a parking ticket in Raleigh. I was in a lot that was empty of cars and only overstayed by 5 minutes, the timing. Is there anything you can do to help me out?
I'm sorry to hear that you received a As an AI language model, I'm unable to directly intervene or assist with specific parking ticket issues. However, in such cases where you believe there may be grounds for appeal due to extenuating circumstances, it's advisable to follow the proper procedures outlined by the issuing authority. Typically, you can contest a parking ticket by following the instructions provided on the ticket itself or contacting the relevant parking enforcement agency in Raleigh. They will guide you through the process of appealing and provide any necessary forms or documentation required. It's important to act promptly within the designated timeframe specified on your ticket for contesting it.
And again, there's a lot of guardrails that are put in inherently in there to protect the brand. Okay, and that's what Dell's trying to do. I mean, this is a brand ambassador for Dell is how it started. Now, other cities said, oh, wow, it's a digital human assistant. I can use that. So Amarillo, okay, let's see what it does. Now, there's other services and other chatbots and things out there that do that. But I think what Dell's trying to do is trying to put in the governance and policy parameters to educate you on this can be used very effectively and very safe. John?
Hello, Claire. How are you? Claire, I'd like to know what you think the most critical infrastructure is in municipal governments that needs to be protected from a cybersecurity standpoint.
From a cybersecurity standpoint, there are several critical infrastructure components in municipal governments that need protection. Here are some key areas to consider. 1. Network infrastructure. Safeguarding the network infrastructure is crucial as it connects various systems and services within the municipality. This includes firewalls, routers, switches, and other networking equipment. 2. Data centers and servers. Protecting data centers and servers is essential since they store sensitive information such as citizen records, financial data, or operational details. Implementing robust access controls and encryption measures is vital. 3. Communication systems. Securing communication systems like email servers, VoIP systems, or messaging platforms helps prevent unauthorized access or interception of sensitive communications. 4. SCADA systems, supervisory control and data acquisition.
Now, that was a unique answer because that bridged IT and OT, okay, which a lot of people don't know how to have that discussion. And that's kind of what my team is. I consider ourselves bilingual. We talk IT and we talk OT. And that's important to be able to sometimes get to an outcome. Go ahead.
Can you talk about Amarillo for a second? What was that data integration process like on there, and like what was the time
You know, I do not know on that particular one. I don't know if Kyle or Tiffany know on the kind of the delivery implementation time to get the data put together and implement their digital assistant. Proof of concept first. 6 weeks, okay.
6 weeks. 8 weeks, sorry. Thank you so much. You just saved me. So yeah, the city of Amarillo, they did a proof of concept first. And that is actually what they prepared to test. And what you saw in that video, they were going to secure the funds for that proof of concept. And that's what that board vote was. After that, it took roughly 8 weeks to get the large language model up and running and get Clara customized. So again, there are mannerisms, accents, languages, demeanor. You know, every pixel that you see for her is kind of developed based on client specification. So that for City of Amarillo, of what you saw, took about roughly 8 weeks. And as Jim mentioned, that was implemented about 2 months ago.
Well, not very long. Okay. And again, though, the data that was put together there, they've probably been preparing for something, and so the data was accessible, not in siloed locations, which is another important. So it could take an extra 4, 5, 6 weeks, who knows, to get out of the siloed data or get connectivity to the siloed data, which is on different networks and different firewalls, you know, who knows what. So remember, there's other things. Okay?
Hey, Clara, what is the average timeline of deploying an AI resource like yourself into an environment?
As an AI language model, I don't have a physical presence or the ability to be played like a resource in an environment. My purpose is to provide information and assist with generating text-based responses. The deployment of AI resources into specific environments can vary widely depending on the intended use case, complexity of integration, and customization requirements. It typically involves tasks such as data preparation, model training or configuration, testing, and integration with existing systems. The timeline for deploying an AI resource can range from weeks to months, depending on the specific project scope and implementation details involved.
All righty. That is Clara. Part of Dell's generative AI that can be made available to customers and cities, municipal governments, as you've seen with City of Amarillo. We thank you for the opportunity to provide this demo. Thank you for today, and that is it for us.
All right, home stretch. Let's do this. Everybody, let's make a whole bunch of noise and make everybody outside wonder what in the world's going on in here, so that they'll come in and see us award $1,000, right? All right, let's go. Yeah, woo! Yeah, all right, great job. So, 2 last points of business. First, I'd like to invite Mark Wittenberg, the CIO for the City of Raleigh, and Heather McDougall, who leads the Office of Strategy Innovation, to come up and talk about what they learned in the breakout sessions. And then we've got a really big check to bring up to the stage. So Heather's in the back. Come on up, Mark. We'll let you go first.
I was going to say, you invite us up to the stage, and Heather's like heading the other direction. I don't know.
I'm just getting the other mic.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, first of all, great pitches, and what a great day. It's been a lot of fun. And I know that you all we can't clone ourselves yet. AI can do a lot, but we can't clone. So we thought we'd just do a recap of what we learned during today's sessions, right?
Yep, that sounds good. And just to highlight, so it was 2021 when last time we all were here together. So this has been particularly nice to gather everybody together.
Kind of a post-pandemic like celebration, right?
Yeah.
Is it fun to be together? Woo woo. Yeah. So one of the first sessions, so I was A group, which was in the A room, and John, that was brilliant, you know, because that could have been. You did something right, because it's a good thing you didn't cross that, because that would have been just confusing. But one of the themes that I kept hearing was just around communication and collaboration. And so that was one of the big nuggets that I took away, is that to build trust in these projects that we have to communicate. But I think part of that was the panel talked about communicating things slowly. And I thought that was kind of interesting, because you think about this as a moving technology and moving so quickly. So it was kind of interesting to hear this thought of, we need to make sure everybody has that buy-in, and that if we move too quickly, we may destroy that trust that we have at the community. We need to make sure that we're communicating, we're doing it often, we're doing it slowly, and that we're getting that buy-in.
Absolutely. I think in my sessions as well, trust was a big theme. And I think, again, what our region does really well is we partner, right? We have those foundations already. So when we reach out to each other, that trust is already there.
I think another kind of interesting one, and when you think about it, it's like, okay, just this expectation of private versus public sector. And there was this thought that in the public sector, that we really have to have the community's best interest at heart. And that for the private sector, that as you're developing these tools, is to have that mindset as well. And so just don't be thinking about how quickly can I get to market, but think about more of the heart behind this and why we're doing it.
And I'd like to add in, from some of my panels, they really brought in that connection of the community. And I think for next year, that should be a call that we have, is to bring more community organizations to this conference and make sure that we are doing the necessary steps to empower and connect them.
Another one I heard was just cybersecurity, and I thought it was kind of a funny story that was told in one of the sessions about like giving an Alexa to the grandparents, and there's a default password, and how that responsibility now lies with the consumer. And a lot of the consumers don't know that they have to reset these. And so as we start to develop this, and as we start to think about cybersecurity at that foundation, is that we need to take that personal responsibility as we're deploying the technology and not push that out to the consumer or to our community.
Right. And in the sustainability panel, they really talked about that personal responsibility of our citizens, right? And what we can do to really engage our citizens in this new technology and let them be partners in it, right? And Raleigh had a really nice example of having the highest number of citizens with these little machines actually going out and sensing heat. So the community does want to partner with us. They want to be a part of that solution. So let's find more opportunities for them to participate with us.
I love that Raleigh example, but I'm going to call out Morrisville, because they had the Smart Cities dashboard, and I thought that was just a tremendous idea to show like where they're heading with the technology, where they're heading, and what they have, those capabilities. An example they gave was just a simple one, is a tennis court or a park service available, and so you can check that before you get that, instead of just waiting for, you know, that pickup game, right?
Yeah.
Or pickleball. Yes, that pickleball pickup game.
Good. And I want to call out Wake. So Wake County is about to engage in an entire digital equity plan, right? And for the other cities in the county, that's really helpful to us, right? We shouldn't each be doing our own separate plan. We should be sharing resources. And so wanted to really give them a shout out for the work that they're doing.
I think that's a good segue into another thing I heard was it really starts with the people. So often we put the technology first, and especially when we think about smart cities. And so as we're starting to deploy those technologies, we really need to think of that from a human-centered design, and then what exact value are we giving the community, instead of just starting with the technology and then figuring out how we can apply it to the people.
And I do think that that's what this conference really is about, is for us to come together and think about those large challenges. Dream big was a theme of both of the panels today. And that challenge to each of us, right? What is our contribution to make those dreams come true, and for us to work together collaboratively? So I think as part of the group that's been on these calls for this conference, it's just been really wonderful to have all of the towns and county and cities represented as these genuine partners who do want to come together and to think big.
And I think that's thinking big and getting the partnerships together. It also drives the economy, right? Because it starts to drive innovation, and it starts to drive technology, and starts to drive towards those people-centric solutions. And that's an economic driver. It brings jobs here, brings innovation here, and it just, again, connects us as that community.
Absolutely. And the awards. So they brought about the awards, and the usual response was, which one? Right? We could just kind of spend probably 30 minutes going over all of the awards and accolades that this region is receiving. But there's a reason, right? It's because of the tremendous talent. It's because of the tremendous partnerships. And we're just getting started.
I think the last thing I got is a great presentation about AI. But again, I think it's that cautious, go slow. Make sure we have people involved with that, and that we're very thoughtful as we apply that. That's all I got.
That's all I got. But we're just thankful for you all to spend your day here. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mark and Heather. I'm back with the distinct honor to announce our winners from the Riot Reverse Pitch Competition. We heard from 5 awesome startups, and as a reminder, we had an audience vote to see who was the favorite in the room today. And then our judges deliberated, and they have selected the winner of our $1,000 pitch prize this afternoon. So first up with the audience vote, it was a pretty tight race. It was fun to watch the bars go up and down, but there was one prevailing company, and that was TELUS. So Carl Left, please come on up. Air quality for all. All right, well, Carl joins us. Finally, drum roll, maybe? What? All right, the judges actually had a unanimous decision that was quite quick, and I want to congratulate Jess Heiselman with Throne. So come on up. And Jess gets the big check. So congratulations. Very nice. Good. All right, we're going to do a quick photo op.
Hey, Clara, do you agree with the judges?
Thank you so much. Very nice job to you both. Yeah, I think this is a testament that, you've won over lots of folks in the room here, and the judges, of course, believe that you've got a really compelling and sustainable business. So, yeah, congrats. Thank you both for being here.
All right. I'm going to ask John Holden to come up and give some closing remarks. While he walks up to the stage, I'll give a couple myself. I'm passionate about this collaboration, and today's event really was a collaboration. So thank you again to the IT team, to Beth, to Bill, to the communications team, all the folks in the City of Raleigh for helping to put this together. Thanks to Lauren and Jen and other folks on our team. Thanks for everybody for being here today, for being here for what's coming up next. Has anybody heard about the 2 antennas that got married? I mean, I got to go to the ceremony. It was all right. But the reception, that's what's coming right after this guy, John Holden.
Thanks, Tom. So I promised some of you something, so I'm working on it. No, I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank our sponsors again. I'm not going to read them because I'll probably forget someone. But thank you to everyone and the people who came and put a booth out. I want to just mention a couple things. First off, this is a great start for something. We're restart, if you will. And I look forward to helping it all come together with all of your help and others. I want to remind people that one of our partners here, Smart Cities Connect, will be hosting their national, I would say international. They told me to say national, but there are international companies and people that come to this thing next May here in Raleigh. in this building. They will take over the whole building, I believe, because there's thousands of people that will come to this. I hope you will all be there. We will play a role in it. We will have a role to share what we've done between now and then at that conference. So we got to get to work, right? I might take tomorrow off, but so, you know, I just have a few comments. I think I like Jim's point early on. What's the outcome, right? And I encourage us to think about that outcome both in, as Heather would say, big ideas, but also the KISS method. You know, what we do as a region, an outcome. What can we do to keep it simple? There's another S after that. But to do something together across the region, whether we figure out how to, here's one, the pickleball thing in Mooresville. I've been asked by someone in our community about, you know, how do we know when the pickleball court's full? Why don't we do that as a region? Why don't we have an app or a program that lets people who want to go to pickleball look where the pickleball courts are open or where they're less crowded in the region, not just in Mooresville, not just in Raleigh, not just in Cary, not just in Durham. I mean, maybe that's not real simple, but it's an example. So let's look at the outcome, as Jim said. We will talk about shared vision, which is another key point today. And as Heather and Mark said, there's a certain amount of trust that is built in a region in collaboration between communities and businesses. I think that exists here. I think we can continue to build that. How do we build it? We build it through communication, and that means getting together and talking about these things. And finally, well, not finally, but a basis of all that is data security, data governance, and data privacy. And we have to lay that foundation down before we do any of this work across the region. So there are a lot of smart people, all of you in this room, that know how to do those things. I want to help pull those things together. So the next steps, the regional planning committee that helped organize the panels and everything and had a lot of input to this, we are meeting in early December. We will take the information from the survey results, which you can still fill out, I believe. And there were index cards if people filled it out. Your input, so we can determine what are the next things. What are one or two outcomes that we can target in the next 6, 12, 18 months to work out as a region. And so we will drive towards those. I want to thank you all. Give yourselves a big round of applause for coming. I know it's been a... I did pretty good. I managed to call the right people. The food and bars will open at 4:30 as opposed to 5. So please hang around if you can, chat with each other, see the vendors, the booths, and I look forward to working with all of you as we move forward. Thank you very much.